Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Popping their head up. Oh, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? The pick!
Here they go. They're going to send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run. What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here with you today. I traveled halfway across the country just to be here with you guys today. I'm so pumped, so stoked. I'm going to get a great show for you guys. I mean, it's the first day of the Super Weekend. And for the people watching, of course, alongside me today, I got two legends with me. It's going to be Glitter Explosion and the 7 Worlds Gaming. What's up, squad? How y'all doing?
I timed it again, baby. Oh, I'm getting good at this, Glitter. How you doing? You excited for the Super Weekend?
I am very excited for the Super Weekend. Okay, we had an incredible first week of League play, and we are kind of all in that floral vibe today, guys. On the desk, we're looking great. So that means that the players are going to have to play as good as we look.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. That's all I'm going to say. Guys, dude, it's so stoked. First off, it's a pleasure to even be here with you guys. It's my first time hosting with y'all. I've been, casting with y'all. It's been so long, so I'm just so stoked to be here on the desk. If you want to go ahead and keep up with everything that's going on today, make sure you follow them socials right there. All the official PUBG Mobile Esports. You know what's up to date. You know the times. You know where to be. Because I'll tell you what, I know where these teams need to be. Some of them need to be putting in some big work today, guys. Big work. You guys know what I'm talking about as we pull up the overall leaderboards. Guys, why don't we start you out with 7? What do you got to say about this one?
Knights, ladies and gentlemen, that is the story. Knights, after having 2 performances where they really didn't pop off that much, boy, did they pop off on the final day of Week of League play. And then we had Lazarus being very consistent as well, Glitter. Nova, we kind of saw it drop off. We saw the amazing performance that they had on the first day. And then after that, I think they might have been taking a break, maybe, Glitter? I don't know.
Listen, we saw lots of our top teams kind of have that weird lull, that weird break, but the second page is going to be the remaining teams that did make their way through, with the final bottom 4 teams being the ones that did not qualify through to this first Super Weekend, which of course is going to be K19, Dope Esports, HTV, and the Hit List. So that means that those top 16 teams that you see, those are the ones that are playing in every single game today. And Jukes, that matters when we start to look at some of the graphics we've got here today.
Yes, ma'am, it does, man. I also am just looking at the leaderboards too. I see 19E barely sneaking it in there. I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a competition between Boring Protocol and them. Looking forward to see how that goes. But let's take a look at the map performance here. Glitter, tell us a little bit about this.
Listen, this is why I was saying the maps matter. The fact that every single team is playing matters, okay, because these are the top performers of teams by map. So XSET, best squad on Miramar, Nova, the best squad on Erangel, and Lazarus, the best on Sanhok. Now, 7, you were asking what happened to Nova. Well, it's Super Weekend time. They could potentially bounce back, and their best performance is the map that we play 3 times each day. You cannot tell me that that doesn't kind of play out in their favor a little bit.
It definitely does. I'm actually surprised that even after day 1, they continue to perform really well in Erangel, which is exciting. I mean, this is what we want to see out of Nova, but this is a team we've been behind for quite a long time now. And I think you and I are both pushing like, please, just please, make it to the finals, and then maybe you guys can make it to the next step.
Ooh, top 3 players, 7. Talk to me.
That's right. That's right. And talking about Nova, let me just hop on that train all by myself. QZ, my boy, putting out the damage. He doesn't have as much illims as Scoops and Spec, but he has been an outstanding player for Nova, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to be playing this Super Weekend and what Nova's going to be doing. Don't worry, we'll actually talk more about Nova, but with Coops, we saw what Coops was able to do on that last day of week of league play, and I cannot wait to see what he's going to do. And also with Spec, he was an outstanding player for his team. Can he continue that performance? Because I feel like he was one of the main reasons why they were able to continue to perform the way they did.
Put in so much work, Coops, just doing what he normally does here. Let's take a look at this head-to-head graphic between Lazarus and the Knights. Glitter, I know you got something to say about this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had to talk about our top two teams who were just wildly consistent the entire time. And that's almost a little bit too generous because, to be fair, PK took a little bit of time to speed up, whereas Lazarus kind of took that lull on day 2. They slowed down a little bit. So the fact that they're still in such a strong position as they are just really speaks volumes to the team's performance throughout our first week of league play. And you can see just how similar they are generally across the board. To be fair, Knights have more damage and more elims, so you can see that reflected here on this radar as they are kind of on the farthest possible edge of this radar in comparison to each other, but they're still holding up well against each other, somehow the exact same amount of headshots. And what's crazier though is the fact that they, even though they're 13 eliminations apart, they're only 11 points apart overall, and that's because Lazarus was just a hair more consistent when it came to those placement points and nailing those down. And we've seen how important it is to have a really solid balance of both of those, and that's why those two teams are at the top.
Gonna see that right there. I mean, it's so crazy to see these guys go at it. But when you go into the Super Weekend, we're talking about this, we're all starting out here from scratch, right? So we're gonna see which team's gonna kind of put in that work as we look at the teams to watch here for today's Super Weekend on the first day. And 7, right? Who are you looking at first?
Listen, I don't even have to. All right, I don't even have to talk, my boy. I'm repping Nova. I want to see how they're going to be performing today. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be talking more about Nova. Don't worry, I have a full graphic, but I'm actually surprised at some of these picks. Glitter, you're going opposite of Nova? I thought we were going to be twins this weekend. I guess not. You're going with Lazarus?
Listen, I had to at least give at least one pair of eyes on Lazarus with the performance we saw the entire week of league play out of Fears. How many times was he an MVP or up in our top 3 players for the match? And they were so consistent, even with still having a slower day. So I feel good about the Lazarus pick. But I mean, I love that Dave went with HQA Jukes. You are also, you know, at a fair and solid pick.
Yeah, I picked that weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hey, you know, this is going to be a real tough one. Go with the Knights here. I mean, they got Coops, baby. They got Coops, Spec. This is a huge roster. I mean, you got to expect greatness for them. Say, for those of you guys that may not be familiar with the Knights, I don't know what you're doing. You're about to find out something right now as you take a look at this little quick video.
One of the most established teams on the North American PUBG mobile circuit have been the Knights. They established themselves as the #1 team early on when they were known as the Pittsburgh Knights by winning the PMPL Americas Season 1. Chico has been a member of this old team for the longest time, while Coops joined the team just before the start of PMPL Americas Season 1 and won the MVP award in his first tournament with the team. He repeated the feat during the North America Season 2 finals.
Flank. Joey's here pinned up against the blue. Chico with the big gun. Can they find the shots? Absolutely they can. As the Knights take down Lazarus, 8 kills to their name.
Tensor, who has played for names such as Tempo Storm and Ghost Gaming, is also on the team. He has a few accomplishments to his name, including winning PMPL NA Season 1 and finishing 3rd in Season 2 under the banner of Ghost Gaming. The Knights have always been a tournament favourite, but can they bring back their glory days and lift the trophy once again? Find out in the PMPL North America 2022 Spring League.
Man, the Knights just keep on coming. And man, they'll hear the boy, you know, John Allen's voice over there. But who did you think it was, Glitter?
Listen, it was so professional and crispy sounding, I may or may not have thought that it might have been an AI.
The British AI, you know, hey, you never underestimate what PUBG Mobile can come up with right here. As we get back on topic, let's take a look, of course, at Nova. You know, Nova, a squad that we know can pop off at any moment. 7, you said you got to talk about Nova. You picked them.
Yes. That's right. Let me just flex on my fingers real quick. Not only is it QC, it's also Kindness. He's put out great performances, and then we have Koi. I mean, you can see the stats right there. What I want everyone to focus is the last two players, ladies and gentlemen, because the first day when Nova did really well, and keep in mind, they might have slowed down or whatever it might have been, but the first day they were playing with Rin, and then day 2 and day 3 they were playing with Shifan, and I mean, the stats don't lie. Shifan was able to put a great amount of damage, but he wasn't able to convert that into Illims. I'm really intrigued to see if they're going to continue to keep the lineup with Shifan and having Rid sent down. The reason why I'm saying that, if you guys were here during Week of League play, you heard me say it too. Rin was a quality, almost MVP player last year, and if it's just my team, listen, I'm trying to sprinkle that drama sauce real quick, okay? I would not have Rin bench. That's just crazy to me to have Rin bench. They can maybe try out different variations of putting Shifan in there and trying different stuff, but I want to see Rin playing, Glitter. Am I the only one that feels this way?
No.
I'll tell you one thing. I gotta say this. Regardless, if Shifan is benched, that is the best bench player in all of North America, right, Glitter? I mean, what do you think?
100%. I think that's what's scary too, because we kind of saw them trying out different combinations with their roster. They are just so stacked right now with their players that I think it's almost hard to pick their top 4.
By the way, I don't want Shifan to be benched. I want them to keep on trying out different strategies.
Exactly.
Maybe they have been for the past months. I just want to see Rin play, okay?
Exactly. I mean, that's what's so crazy. They have such a stacked roster. I can only imagine what's going through their minds trying to figure out everything going on. So we can pull up this next graphic that we got coming up right here. Let's take a look at it right now. This beautiful little video.
Erangel. The fictional island, brewed around the Cold War era, has become a second home for all the survivors who have stepped on the battlegrounds. Erangel is synonymous to PUBG Mobile, and it's the oldest and most played map of the game. This 8x8 map features a uniquely familiar landscape, including everything from lush rolling hills, rocky mountains, farmlands to urban sprawls and industrial outposts. And it is this variety, in terms of competitiveness, versatility, and flexibility, that makes it so much fun to play. From the dense urban areas of Georgopol, Yasnaya Polyana, and Pachinki, to the more spread out points of interest, such as Severny, Milta, and Ferry Pier. The map loves to throw you off the game with sudden zone shifts and unpredictable circles. This slow yet tense gameplay throughout the match makes it a heaven for the fans of the original Battleground experience.
CQC, it is Xenox, one of the best CQC players in the game. Secures the point. He's an MVP. He's going. He's hungry. And he gets the squad wipe. And he gets the squad wipe.
The isolated military base to the south of the map is a challenge in itself, with only 2 bridges to and from the location. While swimming and boats may seem like natural options, they can also be incredibly risky, and teams are likely to be sitting ducks while in the water. Although the central part of the map is a comfortable landing point, areas like Skul, Rozhok, and Pachinki can get extremely crowded, offering both positioning and loot. Most locations are connected by a vast road network, and the farmlands and plains are easily traversable if you have the right vehicles. Thus, traveling around the map is a smooth experience, and picking fights becomes much easier. With lots of cover for players to use, mid-range fights and urban warfare is quite common. Slamming into enemy compounds using vehicles is the bread and butter of competitive gameplay. Erangel also supports a diverse set of buildings, and the correct parkour skills can be used to outsmart and outmaneuver the enemies. In simple words, mastering Erangel is mastering PUBG Mobile in itself, because this map offers the best of all worlds.
Whew, that gave me goosebumps right there. I love how I just said it. Mastering Erangel, mastering PUBG Mobile, my favorite map out there. And of course, Nova, right? The best performing team on that map. Kind of going back to what we're talking about, guys. When it comes to Nova, you know, the fact that they have the ability to have just such a deep roster, I kind of want to get both of y'all's opinion on if that is the strategy you think they should focus on. Should they go for that deadly 5-man, or should they just find their solid 4 and continue with that? Why don't we start with you, Seven?
I like it, and this is why I want them to try out different stuff, because you don't want to have a player of the likes of Rin bench for too long, because it just might create a weird thing. Maybe not. You know, I'm just speaking out of what I've seen before with teams in NA. It might just create a weird vibe between the team if they keep trying out different stuff. We have seen great teams in the past perform really well with that sub player. I can think of Alpha 7. I can think of a bunch of more players, right, that have that backup. And overall, man, I think Nova's going to be eating good today. Let me just put on this bib on real quick, okay, Galera? Because Erangel, I mean, they're performing so well in Erangel. I'll be surprised if they don't perform well right now.
All right, here, let's pull up the schedule that we got for today's matches. And this is the tried and true schedule that we have had for quite a while now. Take a look at it if you haven't already. But, you know, Glitter, back on that topic, what do you think?
I mean, this is why I was saying it's so important, right? Because 3 times we're on Erangel. Now, to be fair, this should be every team's best map, right? It is the most quintessential PUBG Mobile map. There's no excuse for you failing on this map. But if there's one team that's dominating on it, then that is terrifyingly important. However, to be fair, XSET was the best team on Miramar, Lazarus the best team on Sanhok, and those are all teams that were still in the top 4 at the end of the league play portion as well. So there's so many squads that we're going to have to be keeping our eyes on, because after the performances we saw and the potential we saw out of so many of those teams, it's anybody's game right now. Obviously, everything's fresh start today, right, Seven?
And I mean, Borean Protocol, we got to talk about that team.
Exactly.
They had flashes of greatness too. And then even though 19 Esports barely made it to Super Weekend, I feel like if this team can narrow it down, we saw what they were able to do to Knights, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Adlakar wanted that revenge, and he got it. And I'm pretty sure, listen, players got an ego. When you're a competitive person, you're definitely going to have an ego. So I'm looking forward to 19 Esports hopefully pushing up that leaderboard.
I'm looking forward to, but we got to see it happen. Today's a huge day because it's the Super Weekend after all. We'll see who's going to get this first chicken dinner coming up. Thank you so much, Glitter and Seven, for that wonderful death segment, as we're going to be moving on over to our casters for today. Let's get this match started. I'm pumped up. Introducing Zute and Necro. What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Jukes. That was a wonderful death segment. I think we set up the Super Weekend quite well with all the breakdowns and analysis, of course. Big teams like Nova and the Knights coming in. Which team in particular are you excited for, Necro, to see in this Super Weekend?
I mean, of course it's going to be Knights. I've been talking about them since a long time. And I mean, a lot of people started judging Knights at the start, saying that maybe the performance was kind of dropping off, but then later on in the end, you know, it seemed like they sort of started getting the grip back up on the game. Now I feel like Super Weekend is where we can start judging teams way much more critically.
Yeah, it is a Super Weekend. Now these points add up after each Super Weekend, right? We got a few Super Weekends. The points will tally up together, and the top 16 overall from all the Super Weekends will make it into the finals. So this is what we mean by the league play is the league play. You know, you just need to make top 16. But Super Weekend, you want to get every single point possible, because this is also, you know, where the money's at too. So you pick the Knights. I personally still got to go with TC for this Super Weekend. They didn't let me down. They made it into the Super Weekend. That's all I asked for them. So since they made it, well, I got to go with them again to see what they can do. And, well, we do have the first match coming up very soon. We will be starting off on Erangel, like the death segment said. Mastering Erangel is essentially mastering PUBG Mobile. I really like the way they put that.
True. Exactly. I mean, the OG map, the classic map out there, if you're going to be mastering this map, then pretty much you are going to be mastering PUBG Mobile in general. But another thing I feel like Desk was talking about a lot was Nova. Now, having that 5-man roster coming in, every single player is a good player without a doubt. Now, it has its pros and cons in itself. If you're going to be rotating things quite a lot, sometimes there might be a little communication issues. But what do you think, Zute?
Personally, I'm gonna say it straight. The stats don't lie. All right, I love my boy Shifan, but the numbers are simply not there.
True.
And he is the end game leader when he's playing. Yes. So sometimes the end game leader, he's in charge of more than just himself, which might hinder their performance. We see this in multiple game titles where the end game leader's performance sometimes, you know, lacks a little bit behind the rest. However, we saw the numbers that they put out on day one when Shifan was not in-game leading. I'm not sure which player was in-game leading at that point in time with Chiffon not there, but they absolutely crushed it day one. And sure, we could say it's a league play thing, they're just warming up. But we saw something similar last year where Chiffon's performance was okay. It was better than it was this league week, don't get me wrong. He did way better last year. But it was still, that question mark was still there. And now coming into a new year, he's got new teammates. I want to see him really step it up. And if not, then, I mean, it's a competition, Egan. You got to put the best team forward.
Yeah, look at the circle, too. It's quite a tricky one here, Zute. Something that not a lot of teams would have expected. But yeah, getting back to the Nova topic now, having a 5-man roster can also bring in a lot of anonymous factor about your team, right? It's going to be a little tough for the enemy team to try and judge how the team's going to be playing because, of course, if you're going to be having those players rotating in all the time. So you never know whenever a player rotates in, what kind of strategy is going to be played on the board.
That's true, but I think overall the strategy should remain the same. You don't want to change too much. Like switching a player in and out, yeah, that will change some things, but the overall strategy, in my opinion, should stay the same. And speaking of the circle in Nova, I'm going to just go out on a limb here. This circle in particular should be one that Nova does decently well with. I'm imagining at least a top 5 finish simply because of the fact that they have a good priority over some key central locations, and with their split drop that they usually do to the west of farm, they can loot very quickly and get that first rotation in extremely fast.
That is true. Another one of those teams, Boring Protocol. Now, I mean, they have been doing pretty decent, not really that well, but they have been showing a little signs of greatness, and I feel like Boring Protocol has to be one of those teams that has probably been hiding a lot of things till Super Weekend. As I said, today is the day where we can start judging teams a little bit more critical, and Zute, I'm pretty sure you're going to be doing that.
Oh, 1,000%. No hold bars here. It's Super Weekend. I know it's the first game, but hey, you guys been playing for 3 days already. So everyone should be warmed up and ready to go. Not to mention the countless of scrim matches that they do outside of this tournament, right? Taking a look at the school area, we got the Chosen, team I picked. To be honest with you, Necro, if they can finish anywhere in the top 8, I'll be happy. Because this Chosen team, they're, in comparison to some of the other heavy big hitters, they're a bit more on the inexperienced side. And if I'm not wrong, I think this is the first time we've seen the Chosen on the PMPL stage itself. So if they get top 8, I'm happy with that. You know, like, I'm very critical, but I'm also realistic. Teams take time to improve and get that synergy going, Necro.
Oh, that is true for sure, because I saw this team playing in qualifiers, and the way these guys are playing, they're completely dominating that field right there in the qualifier. Makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, there were a lot of rookie teams in the qualifiers as well, but the Chosen, the way they were playing overall, I just felt like it was one of those teams that really felt coordinated, right? In qualifiers, I saw a lot of things where a lot of teams weren't really utilizing the utilities. They were not using the nades and stuff, but Team Chosen was one of those teams that were actually using their utilities on mark. There were some times they were making those rookie mistakes. They could have tried to use smokes in some certain scenarios, but I feel like over the time they've grown up quite a lot.
Yeah, but now we're in the PMPL, right, where every team utilizes utility to a high level. So there's a new benchmark, there's a new bar to be met. And that bar is currently set by the Knights team that you see on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, day 1, day 2, they were a little bit more quiet, but day 3, they really popped off. If you guys didn't get a chance to see the Knights play on day 3, well, don't worry, because this is a Super Weekend, and as Necro is saying, the Knights should be doing their day 3 performance all 3 days in the Super Weekend, because every single point matters. So we're about almost 6 minutes into the match. I'm already seeing some rotations out on the minimap. We actually have 3 teams really close to each other right here. 4 Bros, HQA, and Nova's also rotating by very closely.
Oh, look at HQA. Another one of those teams that have been doing really good, at least in league play so far, but I want to see how they're going to be playing in the Super Weekends, but because Super Weekends is pretty much like a new way, a new pace, and I want to see how HQA is going to be adapting to that overall. Before now, HQA, they did spot out a couple of teams in the front. 4 Bros was one of those teams that was traversing across. Nova is there too. Before now, it seems like Nova is not one of those teams that want any early smoke.
It looks like teams are just setting up their positioning, but TC, the Chosen, the team I picked, getting very close to HQA. They might have spotted out some vehicles. I do imagine they're going for this hillside, but they don't know HQA is here yet. TC's got to be a little bit careful. Gajia might be running into a trap. You can see the team setting up at the compounds, and Gajia is just doing some additional scouting. I think he might have spotted some enemies as he is pulling back to the compounds.
Doing really good. Another one of those teams, dude. Team Panthers now. So consistent throughout the league play, and I feel like they have been slipping under the radar. They have been one of the most teams. They have been one of those teams that we haven't really talked about a lot. But I feel like the Panthers too. They have a lot of potential coming inside the Super Weekend. The way they were playing, it did seem like they were just trying not to get a lot of attention onto themselves. But now in Super Weekends, they gotta give it all they've got. But for now, I'm gonna hold on to my words. As HQA, they straight up walk into enemy territories, and it's gonna be Team Chosen. Gachi, he finds the opening, but unfortunately, wasn't really able to convert that opening into a kill, and he gets eliminated himself. Now Team Chosen, they're handicapped big time. They're down to a 3-man squad. And Zute, I think she already coached him.
Yeah. Hey. Actually, yeah, they were the first team eliminated on day 1 of the league play. I do remember that happening. And now they're the first one to lose a player in the Super Weekend. My caster curse is something else, but yeah, I think that player definitely got a little bit too greedy for that confirmation. He saw that he was playing split from the rest of the team, so if anything, he's just in charge of putting pressure out and maintaining information. He's not in charge of getting the confirmations or the kill points. He should have played that a bit more carefully, but of course, that's just a lesson to be learned. TC down to 3 players now. HQA picking up the first elimination of the Super Weekend. And I would love to see the mini-map brought up as... Oh, actually, hold that thought.
Oh, no.
Lazarus getting into fight with Boring Protocol. We didn't mention Lazarus yet. This is Glitter's pick. And Glitter, being Glitter Domus, usually whatever team she picks tends to do
that nade?
well.
Ooh.
Yeah, barely surviving that nade. This is a very tricky position for the Lazarus team.
Oh, it is, and Boring Protocol, it seems like they have all the control in this fight. Smoke sound from the side of Lazarus to make sure they're having some free cross. That's not going to be the case for now because the utilities keep on raining from the side of Boring Protocols. They're not going to have... They're going to make sure Lazarus is not having an easy time moving around. But Lazarus too, they're trying their best to get as much as positional advantage as possible. But Boring Protocol, overall, the compound they have hold for themselves, it's just making Lazarus a little bit more struggle on this side. And look at Samuel's position too on the high ground.
Yeah, I love the way both teams are playing this. They're both staying spaced out. No one's, running up to Hiseki for the revive. They're spacing out, maintaining control, maintaining pressure, and allowing Hiseki to crawl to a safer location while not giving up any positional defense. So that does get them to be able to reset, but now Boring Protocol is deciding to go a little bit aggressive, and I think it's a little bit too late. They already allowed the reset.
Oh, no.
Boring Protocol, Fierce. Fierce is the star player out of the Lazarus team, and you see why. Getting 2 down, back-to-back. Harch getting slapped down, and just like that, Boring Protocol down to Acer, down to 1 man, and Issa Jat with a nice 1v1. Lazarus, that was beautifully done. I love the patience, the fact that they stayed split up when Kiseki was down, and they did not falter, they did not panic. And if anything, it was Boring Protocol that should have made the move, but they couldn't get any openings with the grenades, and then they went for the hard push, and well, Lazarus read them like a book.
Yeah, I just feel like they got a little too impatient right there. Look at this, 19 Esports. Oh, kind of trapped in this compound right here, HQA, but it seems like now it's the return fire coming from 19 Esports. They've already found themselves 2 knockouts, and they're looking to convert those knocks into kills, but HQA, unfortunately, they just don't have the manpower to try and fight back, and it's going to be 19 Esports who clearly wiped them out the game. HQA, another one of those teams that's going to fall out. We're seeing a lot of early eliminations here, a lot of teams that are getting knocked out, at least for the first time. It's Boring Protocols. Just because the impatience they showed, and then now HQA too falling out. HQA is one of those teams that was doing really good on the first 2 days, if you remember.
I love the pacing of this Super Weekend already. Usually when we come into the Super Weekend, teams take it a little bit slower, but man, everyone is playing at a different level right now. I think year after year, we see teams get more and more confident in their own skills and their teamwork. Even if it doesn't work out, I love the engagements for some of these teams. Opa with the M16 6X missing a few shots. Might want to zoom that out down to a 3. I think that's a bit too zoomed in. By the way, we didn't even get a chance to talk about the circle. The circle has hard shifted down to the south. 40 to 50% of the circle right now is in the water. We had a hard shift down so south that the Panthers are still chilling on Military Island.
But I honestly feel like if the circle shifts away, Team Panthers are going to struggle the most. And if it does shift down south, then Team Panthers, yeah, they're going to be in luck for sure. But Team Chosen here, they've already found an opening. And they know now the fight's in their hand. They have full control of this fight. Godfan is going to try to convert this knock, but no, unfortunately, flips his buggy straight up the vehicle in the compound. But that nade's cooked to perfection, and Issue's going to find himself 2 frags. Looking to get the third one too, but Team Chosen, they're quite separated out. It was a 2-1 split. Opa all the way in the back with the M16A4. And now it seems like he's also trying to do the same thing. He's going to try to ram his vehicle in the compound. No, instead, he's going to reposition himself.
This is why you do not pull up to the same exact area when doing a push. That is a hard lesson to be learned right there. TC now with 2, I would say, rookie mistakes. One of which is when you're the info player, do not get greedy for those kill confirmations. And then, of course, when you slam a building, you do not slam right on top of your teammate, because if a nade's getting placed right there, both of you guys are going down. Really well done, though, by 19 Esports for that defense. They had the grenade pre-prepped and ready, predicting the push. We get the next circle shift. It does go back up north, so we are going in for a very pure ending. And the Panthers still on that military base side.
Yeah, they're going to start to swim now, though. As you can see, they're already in the waters. But yeah, I felt like Team Chosen, even though they had a knockout, they should have just kept on holding that high ground they had. There was no need to make the push. Because the guy who was knocked, he was kind of covered in smoke. Okay, understandable, but for him to retreat all the way back in the compound was a little tough. But hey, that impatient push again cost them their lives. And Team Chosen, now they're down to just 1 last man alive, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, look at the circle. There's not a lot of land to try and establish your footing right there. So a lot of teams are going to start to struggle early off this time. Oh, the Chosen get eliminated.
The Chosen getting taken out. Yeah, Lazarus went for one of the bunker positions right next to the beach side, basically center zone. And that's where the Chosen player decided to hide out. Lazarus up to 5 eliminations already. And hey, the Glitter Domus effect is taking effect. I don't know how she does it, but it's the exact opposite of my caster curse. She's got the caster blessing, pretty much, as the circle does start closing in. The Knights also picked up 2 eliminations, same with Execute. So a lot of teams already losing players right now, as the Knights getting into a fight with XSET.
And Knights have already found an opening against XSET, so that's not going to be good news for XSET. Polar Race, though, they're on a move out in the open. They need to make it happen. If they don't, they're going to catch a lot of bullets. Salt, the kill should be confirmed. Stevo is going to find the confirmation right there. XSET eliminated 2 that easily. If I'm not wrong, it was the Knights who put the final nail in the coffin, and now it seems like it's Nova trying to dig on the enemy hills. Knights, they're getting third-partied instantly. They're not going to have a lot of time to recover because Mezexis 2 is in the back. But look at Polar Race. They're kind of stuck here. They're separated out from the teammate, but they're going to have a tough time to make it inside the zone because there's a lot of teams making sure they're not going to make it in. 24K, that was a nice stunt, but he was not able to convert that stunt into a frag. Midnight, oh, he's still fighting back like in Warrior, but he finally falls down with his arms open. And now it's going to be BTOWN, the rest of the players.
Scramble is there. This is a super blitz out fight right now. We've had vehicles flying in over the top, vehicles stopping short. I love that strafe that BTOWN player did, by the way. He just strafed in one direction the whole entire time, just kept moving it to the left. That definitely threw off the player, expecting him to jiggle left and right. But fight's not done yet. We have 2 BTOWN players versus 2 of WallStreetBets, and the circle shifted far to the eastern side, right on top of Nova. And Nova actually doing a split right now.
Oh.
Beautiful grenade by the side of BTOWN. Clean finish, but they're down to 2 players.
They're down to 2 players, and they still need to make it inside the zone. That's the big point right there. Because there's going to be a lot of teams who found themselves in a compound, and they're going to make sure none of the other teams are able to get any amount of land control anymore. So it's going to be a tough time for BTOWN with only 2 players especially surviving. As you can see, Team Execute 2 kind of pulling up close against BTOWN. So they're going to have another team, another wave of enemies to try and take care of. Bolty already goes down against Polar Ace, a team from the back who's kind of trapped. But are they going to be able to convert that knock into a limb point? That's what I want to know. Execute. For now, they find themselves a little safe spot, but it's not safe after all, because the wall of death is going to close in anytime soon. Lazarus here on a really edge of the island. Vamp, they're facing the brunt side of that.
Oh, something out of a movie scene, an action scene right there. Midnight. He almost got the turnaround. Oh wait, he did get the turnaround. Here's that strafe I was talking about. He just kept going to the left, threw off the player's aim. Love that play right there. Those micro details coming into play. Lazarus, one question. Do they know about the Panthers' position? Because the Panthers are swimming up Navy SEAL style onto them. And they're about to strike at any second's notice. I don't think the Lazarus team is going to be ready and prepared for this.
Oh yeah, it's going to be tough. At this point, Lazarus too probably thinks that the backs are clear. It's going to be tough to notice any sharks in the water this late in the game. So Lazarus, they're pretty oblivious of the fact that Team Panthers right behind him. And if I'm not wrong, they've already found themselves a little footing on the land. So they're going to be striking anytime soon. BTOWN here for the 2 players alive still in the game. They've somehow managed to make their presence known in the circle. But 4Pros is right in the front. Master OP quite close. Oh, it takes a little damage. Not enough to get knocked out though. So BTOWN, again, it is going to be something that's going to keep the pressure on them. But at least BR3R is in the zone. But Bolty's taking a lot of shots.
BTOWN and 19 Esports both down to 2 players, but they managed to pick up 6 elimination points already. I think in a crazy, hectic zone like this, that's the way to go. If you're going to have to take fights and lose players, pick up those points. By the way, the Lazarus fight has started between the Panthers. The Panthers strike first and knock 1 player of the Lazarus. That player, which is Kiseki, will not be able to get revived. You see, he's a little bit further split from the rest of his team. So now it's going to be a 4v3 situation as we head into the next circle shift. Nova maintaining a huge split, basically controlling the city of Fairy Pier.
I mean, Panthers already strike down a player of Lazarus, and they probably convert it into a limb point too. So Panthers' position now known. Lazarus down to a 3-man squad. Panthers having all 4 players alive. Circle shifting onto Nova and Knights. Mezexis too, barely making it in on the edge of the zone. Same thing goes with Knights too. Knights, keep this in mind. 1 player got taken out by Nova, so now they're down to just a 3-man squad. But it doesn't matter. We've seen Knights, how they play, even if they have only 2 players alive. Sometimes the duo is more than enough to take care of the lobby. And look at BTOWN, the way they're playing. A nice distraction with the vehicle.
Yeah.
And BR3R moves in forward and confirms that kill.
Beautifully done by BTOWN. I don't know if that was planned, but the timing of that was perfect. 1 player driving in, getting the distraction. BR3R, definitely one of the players you want to keep an eye on when it comes to BTOWN. Many teams from the western side still have to move on in. Lazarus did edge into the zone.
Oh no, Nova.
The Knights chilling basically on the hard edge. I don't think any team's going to challenge them. And yeah, Nova do lose 1 player. Nova up to 5 eliminations with zone control and 3 players. This is a pretty good start, I would have to say, for the side of Nova still.
I mean, I personally like how Knights are playing this. They're like, all right, it's cool, you know, let the fights happen on the other side. We've already got 4 points for ourselves, and now we can just sit back and chill. And as soon as the circle closes, that's where we might just start striking teams down. Before now, Knights, they're just chilling on the edge of the zone. They're making sure these teams are duking it out. They're killing each other up. Before Bros, oh, this nade right here.
With the nade.
Yeah, is this going to be getting the confirmation? No, a little too overshoot right there. But this one should just do it. Barely.
Yeah, he's trying to get the nades in. Not connecting though. Yep, there goes out 4Pros. Execute. One of the teams that really struggled on day 1 of the league. They were in the bottom half, or not even the bottom half. They were not even in the top 16 after day one. So they definitely had to fight their way and claw their way back up into the top 16. And now, very first match of the day for the Super Weekend, they're doing okay. BTOWN, BR3R, man, this man just does not stop causing trouble for so many of these teams. He's already knocked Frady. I don't think he could do much more, though, as Mezexis actually takes him down from across the ways.
Gotta give props to that man, though. Even though he was the only player alive, the confidence was not shaken, even for a bit. BR3R, a phenomenal play from that man right there. Keeping BTOWN's hopes and dreams alive. Decent amount of points racked up for BTOWN, too, so it's not going to be something they're going to be sad about. 8 points in total they've racked up for themselves. 7 teams alive in the game. Mezexis, too, having the high ground, having a really great position overall against Team Panther. Moso gets knocked out by the zone, but the rest should be there without any trouble. Panthers now, they're trying to make it inside the next circle because they're still being edge kept by Lazarus right in the front. Joey's position spotted. Oh, not just yet, because Poppy is inside this little warehouse, making sure his position's not being compromised just yet.
Lazarus has the close edge of zone. The Panthers are going to be looking to take a fight with Lazarus. 4v3, the fight continues. Started all the way from the dock side of Ferry Pier, and now we're heading into the city, where they will meet once again. Execute and Nova also getting into a locked fight. Nova with the zone, having to move in.
Oh my god.
And Kaiseki's position, he's definitely the trump card, the ace in the hole. But it doesn't even matter. Frady gets taken down by Joey. Joey eats that grenade, barely surviving it. That is huge. Fears popping through the doorway. That was a little close, and Kaseki makes his appearance known. His location is known, but he didn't get a knock for it, and he will go down. Kaseki kind of dropping the ball there, I would have to say. And that's the opening that the Panther needs.
Oh, but that was a great Molotov right there, making sure he's forcing him out of his comfort spot. And now those stairs are not being utilized anymore because the Molotov bought enough amount of time to make sure Lazarus, they're able to get back to safety. Another Molotov flowed through. They're trying to find any kind of opening right there. Look at Fierce. This man's popping off from the side of Lazarus. All 3 players up. They're able to get the reset up too. Freddy is knocked out quite close near the shack. Now Lazarus, they're starting to split up. They're trying to get as much as control as possible. But Team Panthers, unfortunately, only man alive. And there's a lot of players to take care of.
I absolutely love what Lazarus did there. They took the initiative to take the fight to the Panthers. They could have sat still and waited for the Panthers to come to them because they had zone priority, but the Panthers would have got the resets on the players. So the Lazarus team looking very good when it comes to their fundamentals and understanding of their opportunities in the match and when to take them. Execute down to 1. They could not take that fight with Nova, as Nova did end up eliminating the 2 Execute players. Knights still with 3. They've been pretty quiet, but quiet still equals 5 elimination points for them already. So they're just waiting for this next circle shift to see what they have to do next.
Yeah, they're just letting these teams duke it out for them, pretty much. Main goal here is the placement points, and that's what Knights is going for. They already have decent amount of elim points, 5 of them. Look at Lazarus, though, 10 points racked up in this game. The most amount of points for any of the teams right here. Mezexis, though, having the prime positioning. Not anymore as the circle shifts away. And now Nova are going to be graced with the circle.
Ooh, Nova gets a very good circle. There's enough spacing around the zone for teams to just edge up close to Nova and fight one another. Nova could kind of turtle in here. Kindness, here's Yang, but he jumps a little bit too high, and Chico hits him in from the side. The Knights, I don't think they're going to commit to a full push off that knock, though, because they have a decent position in the zone. Knights will finish out the Execute player. Nova gets a chance to reset here, but that might cause Mezexis from outside of the zone to take advantage of this fight.
Dude, look at that one single knockout. Bought so much time for Knights to get the control. And now Knights, they're just all over the place like Liquid. Another knock found. Actually, it's just the man who was knocked out. So unfortunately, Kindness, he goes down again. And now Nova.
That was a friendly grenade from Nova. I think that was Boy knocking out. Oh, my God, okay, that's definitely the push.
That's
it is
literally a
for
throw.
the Nova team.
Yeah, it's a throw. It's a throw right there. Knights, they've just been gifted this compound for free. 2 of the players up top. And Knights somewhere down the line, they know exactly what's going on. Look at the spread the Knights have. Now they have the controlling position right here. The Knights, they're going to try to convert this controlling position into a victory or into a chicken dinner. The entire floor is lava up top. Koi, he's so down low. 3 players are going to flood in up top, and it's going to be really tough for this final man left alive. And there we go. That's going to be it for Nova, getting eliminated. And that's just a gift right from Nova to Knights.
Yeah, Nova, I don't know what happened there, but the Knights aren't stopping. Joey also goes down to a grenade. The Knights, this is the team that everyone wanted to watch and look out for, and they eliminated Nova like it's nothing, and then they dropped on Lazarus. Their biggest challenge yet is a 3v4 situation, though, with the Mezexis. Now, the Knights have the man disadvantage, but with the way they're playing, hey, this 3v4 is looking like a pretty even fight.
It is. It is. The utility utilization, the precision Knights is showing is just another level. Inactive pretty close. But keep this in mind, Mezexis, they have to circle, kind of. They're pretty much in the most controlling position for now. So Knights, they're going to have to move in as much as possible. They're not going to have a lot of breathing space to work with. So Knights, again, kind of a disadvantage for them. But the way they're playing, as you said, it is still an even-Steven fight.
Mezexis are going to look to hold out the Knights. The Knights do not have the zone. Mezexis has a lot of ridges and angles to work with. Knights are definitely desperately looking for some type of opening with the util. We've been hearing these grenades rain in and out for the past 30 seconds. And there it is. Xenox throws one in over the top of the rooftop. And that's the opening they need. Mezexis still has a positional advantage, but with the 3v3 against the Knights, I don't think Mezexis will be able to hold this one down.
Yeah, dude, these guys are absolutely nuts with their grenades. They just don't miss their mark at all. Xenox,
that one's gonna hit.
Look at this nade. Oh, no, it does not. It's a little too overkicked, but
shots.
It's okay. Yep, the shots from these players, the way they're wrapping around, the nade was kind of like a little concussion.
Oh my
and
God.
now here we go.
Oh.
Coops finds another one too. Knights, there's just steam rolling it through. They're proving Mezexis is unparalleled. The final man's gonna fall on top too. And there we go, it's Knights. What a flawless win from them.
Oh my God, the Knights that was a 3-man team of the Knights, by the way. They didn't even have their 4-man team up. Also, by the way, I didn't even notice who was out from the Knights, because the Knights were playing like they were a full team. Like the spacing, the control, the shots, the nades,
the communication,
the synergy, like I would need to watch that back to realize the Knights were down to a 3-man team the whole time. I mean, they came into the last 3 circles as a 3-man. I think they lost one member early on due to like a long-range third party from Nova, but they eliminated the Nova team. They eliminated Lazarus. They took a 3v4 with Mezexis, and it was just like, that was a 3-man squad? I mean, dang. The Knights are looking extremely good, and Necro, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Necro. Like, when it comes to the Super Weekend, that's when the Knights will show it out, and they definitely did.
I mean, they definitely did, but it seems like we have a little interview lined up, so let's check that out.
You know, what are your expectations for your team going into this PMPL? I know this is your first one, right? So where are you really expecting to be at the end of all this?
Actually, it's going to be the first one, but we've been waiting for too long, as I was saying before. And we are working really hard to make it to Americas and then to the PMGC. We're doing the best that we can do to get on the top. To break and get on the top. Represent our country. It's going to be the first time that a Dominican team play in the PMPL.
Wow.
That's the reason why we are so excited.
Whew, a lot of weight on your back, representing yourselves, your country, your people, you know? That's really good to hear. I mean, honestly, this is like literally a Cinderella story, right? I'll get to some more in-depth questions here a little bit. Let's run through these, though. It says here, you know, what is your ultimate goal and ambition, right? What is the, like, pure inactive, like, top tier, wherever you want to be? What's the dream?
The dream. As a team, our dream is make it to a PMGC Grand Finals, travel together, live those experiences together as a team. Those have been our goals since we started playing together, and we are working hard to get it, to make it through.
Great to hear. Great to hear, man. Next question, right? So I know you're talking about that you've been working hard and doing all that, coming up to this, and it sounds tremendous. My question is, what preparations have you done to get here? Like anything in particular? How many hours a day you're putting in, scrims, stuff like that?
All right, so in scrims, we'll start playing at 5 p.m. And we finish our practice sometimes around 12 p.m., 1 p.m. Sometimes we gotta play tournaments and it finishes at 2 a.m., very, very late sometimes, but we normally play from around 5-6 hours. Sometimes we practice more than it.
Oof, man, you be operating on the gamer hours, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's how you do it. Okay, so what is your number one tip for beginners, right? Because it sounds like you started literally right from the beginning. You said over a year ago, and now you're here in PMPL, right? What's your number one tip for people looking to be like in your shoes?
Okay, so there will be two tips that I will put as a number one tip. That will be, you gotta have a goal, and then work for it to make it through, and don't give up.
Just like that.
Work hard until you make it.
Erangel. The fictional island, brewed around the Cold War era, has become a second home for all the survivors who have stepped on the battlegrounds. Erangel is synonymous to PUBG Mobile, and it's the oldest and most played map of the game. This 8x8 map features a uniquely familiar landscape, including everything from lush rolling hills, rocky mountains, farmlands to urban sprawls and industrial outposts. And it is this variety, in terms of competitiveness, versatility, and flexibility, that makes it so much fun to play. From the dense urban areas of Georgopol, Yasnaya Polyana, and Pachinki, to the more spread out points of interest, such as Severny, Milta, and Ferry Pier. The map loves to throw you off the game with sudden zone shifts and unpredictable circles. This slow yet tense gameplay throughout the match makes it a heaven for the fans of the original Battleground experience.
CQC, it is Xenox, one of the best CQC players in the game, secures the point. He's an MVP, he's going, he's hungry, and he gets the squad wipe! And he gets the squad wipe!
The isolated military base to the south of the map is a challenge in itself, with only 2 bridges to and from the location. While swimming and boats may seem like natural options, they can also be incredibly risky, and teams are likely to be sitting ducks while in the water. Although the central part of the map is a comfortable landing point, areas like Skul, Rozhok, and Pachinki can get extremely crowded, offering both positioning and loot. Most locations are connected by a vast road network, and the farmlands and plains are easily traversable if you have the right vehicles. Thus, traveling around the map is a smooth experience, and picking fights becomes much easier. With lots of cover for players to use, mid-range fights and urban warfare is quite common. Slamming into enemy compounds using vehicles is the bread and butter of competitive gameplay. Erangel also supports a diverse set of buildings, and the correct parkour skills can be used to outsmart and outmaneuver the enemies. In simple words, mastering Erangel is mastering PUBG Mobile in itself, because this map offers the best of all worlds.
Woo! Match number 1 has been completed. What a day. That's how you start the super weekend off, baby. By the way, of course, gotta give a huge thank you to our sponsor, Monster Energy, our official energy drink sponsor. Man, I don't think you're gonna ask for a better match. I mean, you got 7 chugging it down. Look at that can. Look at that. Beautifully modeled there, 7. Beautifully modeled.
Watermelon.
Just like the way I beautifully picked who was gonna win the first match today.
Did you?
Okay.
I did.
Okay. Yeah.
The Knights, baby. As we took out this match ranking 7. Tell me how amazing I am.
You know what? I'll give it to you. Okay. I'll give it to you. It was pretty amazing. And you know who else was amazing? Knights, because we thought it was gonna be Mezexis, and then all of a sudden we're like, hold up, Glitter. Who was the player that was still alive from Knights?
Coops.
That's right. As soon as we saw Coops, CNI still being alive, we're like, oh, okay, maybe it's not gonna be Mezexis. Overall, though, I mean, Mezexis being able to put up a great performance in regards to placement points. They only ended up with 2 points, and then we go here towards the second page. Some huge surprises, Glitter. We got Boring Protocol, which was a team that I was trying to hype up, and then we got XSET too. What?
Yeah, I mean, even HQA down there, definitely not the performances that we were expecting out of those 3 teams. Part of it probably does have to do with the fact that looking at those overall numbers, Lazarus and Knights had 50 points between just the 2 of them. So, I mean, that's a little terrifying considering that they were the top 2 teams out of league play, and now this is only match number 1 of the Super Weekend, and that's the performance we get? I mean, come on, 7.
Yeah, and to be fair, though, I feel like this season has been completely different when it comes out to standout performances. I feel like every single time we get a chicken dinner, a team is always putting up at least 30 or more points and putting up a lot of fragging power. And I would be surprised, honestly, if Knights decides to just drop off right now and kind of sandbag. It's not the time, Knights, okay? I don't want to see it. I want you guys to absolutely dominate. Overall, Nova? That's another team we got to talk about. I mean, they lost QC early on. You know what? Disregard that. We'll save it for the amazing graphic that we have set up for you guys. A team that actually did surprise me in regards to placement points was Vamp, because this was a team that was kind of like a hit and miss for me during the week of league play. Glitter.
Yeah, they kind of went for the placement point strats, and we did see a couple teams play more passively and go for placement point over eliminations, but unfortunately in the long run, Jukes, that strategy doesn't yield enough points for teams to necessarily guarantee really solid finishes, so I don't know how I feel about it.
Me neither. I mean, it's going to be tough with how stacked these rosters are. I think when I just look at the way that these teams are playing, it's crazy. It's like it levels up every single season, but I think we're seeing peak NA right now, really. Like these rosters that they got, these little changes they made in the off season. We're at prime time. We're at prime time. I think any of these teams, they get in that position, they're going to make some plays. And yeah, that play right there. Okay, I'm not going to lie, guys. I got to be honest. When Glitter and I were all watching this in the back end, I was like, hey, Mezexis, I think they got this. They got the zone, they got 4 up. But then, of course, Glitter had to remind me, you know, Coops. Coops is there. And I immediately said, oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. My bad. And, of course, they did perform. As we look at this head-to-head between Lazarus and Knights, Glitter, break it down for us.
Okay, game number 1, and we're already almost at the 3K damage mark out of Knights. 27-54 damage for their 15 elims. That is massive. I mean, same amount of assists across the board, though, and very similar heals, exactly same shots. I feel like Knights, and we talked about this while we were watching the game, and this actually tracks exactly to the play style that we saw from league play as well. Lazarus was consistent, and we saw them holding a really strong position early on throughout mid-game, and they moved in with that zone very successfully. Knights were kind of a little bit of an outlier, and they just were so smart. Knights picked the right time to make pushes, the right types of engagements to pick. They were able to pick off solo players when they had the opportunity to do it, and it was one of the most flawlessly played games we've seen from the Knights in a long time.
It definitely was. And I mean, as we go to the flyover right here, when you usually, okay, people currently watching this, is this your first time watching PUBG Mobile Esports? Usually when the player that has the most players live, they tend to win, but it's Knights, okay? That's completely, that logic is out of the window. The grenades that they were able to use. One thing that I did appreciate out of Mezexis was the use of the molly to stop Xenox from that high angle that he was going to have on the window, but it just kind of backfired because they allowed Coops and they allowed everybody else to just move on the side, get that angle, and just like that, in a matter of just seconds, they won the match.
done. Man, I think you hit the nail on the head right there, Glitter. That is one of the hardest things to do, right? Is to be able to move in at that perfect moment. And guess who got moved on? Nova. So Glitter, tell us a little bit more about him.
Yeah, and this was something we wanted to look up because we talked about QZ a lot, right? He's been a standout player for Nova, and they were in a solid position for a very long time, and they were rocking their spot. They were actually pretty spread out, which we see Nova do all the time. It's something they're comfortable doing. But look at the numbers coming out of Koi and QZ. Now, Koi is another new player to this squad, and we've been kind of tracking all of them, Kindness, QZ, Koi, because they're names that we're getting to see for the first time here, and QZ is somebody that we're constantly seeing popping up. I think the question, Seven, is he such an impactful player that when he goes out early, that's when Nova starts to struggle?
I think a lot of the other players started to pick it up, right? But what impressed me the most is even though QC went out super early on in comparison to some of his teammates, he was still tied for most damage with 480 damage. With that to me is like ridiculous, but it's good to see. As you mentioned, Koi, we even saw Shifan there being able to step up to in regards to damage, and he wasn't receiving that much damage anyways. So overall, I think they're balancing each other out, and I think honestly this team is still trying to find that right balance of how they're going to be playing. They were super spread out at the beginning, and especially at the end too. It was surprising for me. But you know what? Another team that I definitely want to talk to you guys about is going to be BTOWN Esports, because they came out hot this super weekend. This was a team that was on a huge downtrend to week of league play. On day 1, they performed okay. On day 2, they were bad. And on day 3, it was absolutely awful. And guess what? On day 1 of super weekend, they were like, 7, we hear you talking smack about us. We hear you saying that we've been on the downslope. So, you know, let's turn it up. They did turn it up. In regards to damage, they were able to average almost double the damage of what they were able to do in league play. Heals, they were able to get those battles, which, you know what, I wish they would have had better positioning, but overall the Illims is what I was actually impressed with that team. How they were able to scrap for those Illims and make sure that they secure any points that they can, because now they learned their lesson. Hey, you want to continue to have great performances.
Man, BTOWN stepping it up. That's what I like to see, but guess who's got to step away? You guys, thank you so much here for a wonderful breakdown of match number 1 here in the Super Weekend. We're about to get the next match started here in just a moment, everybody, as we're going to bring in our casters here for this next one. Zute and Necro. What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
I'm doing great. I want to say I'm doing fantastic, but not as fantastic as the Knights, right? Like, they had so much riding on them coming into the very first match, and well, they absolutely crushed it. That 3v4 looking like it was a piece of cake. And Necro, well, you picked the Knights.
Yep.
And they're definitely showing up. How do you feel about it? Do you think they could keep this up for the rest of the 4 matches? Like, I'm not expecting chickens, you know, every single game, but what's your point average you're expecting them to put out per game right now?
I mean, I would say they would do quite decent. Look, consistency is what you're looking for, but I'm also expecting like a couple of slip-ups here and there. I mean, hey, it happens to the best of us, you know, so a couple of slip-ups here and there, I'm not going to mind it at all. But at the end of the day, I want to see Knights either somewhere in the top 3.
Top 3. I think top 3 is easily doable for the Knights. Yeah. I think another thing I want to talk about, though, after watching the first game, we saw a lot of teams take those isolated 4v4s early on. Teams are looking very confident in their gun skills, in their team synergy, their trust in each other to take these fights. I want to see that even ramp up harder as we go into the next few matches and the next 2 days of the Super Weekend. I want to see that confidence, the fights, all throughout the match, not just, you know, towards the late game like we saw in the league days, but like from beginning to the end.
Oh yeah, exactly. The consistency is what you guys want to see. Now, the desk was talking about a lot about Nova in general, but last game they kind of screwed up big time. So I feel like moving inside the game of Miramar, it's going to be affecting their mentality quite a lot. But that's what I think. What do you think?
Oh yeah, there was a team nade that happened when they were getting a reset, right? Like, I thought at first it was a nade from the Knights, but it was indeed, you know, a team grenade. And then when the Knights, you know, followed up with their own grenade, it was just pretty much dunzos for the Nova team. If Nova could hold that compound down, that's the same compound that they would have ended up potentially winning, because that's the Knights. You know, that's what the Knights did after they took that building over. We're on Miramar, by the way, with this plane path. it does look like all the teams should be able to get to where they want to. Not too crazy of a flight path for the Miramar match.
Exactly. I mean, pretty much flight path kind of tilted towards the left side, but the teams that do want to go to extreme right towards Impala, they're going to have a little tough time, but it's okay. All they're going to do is just buy a little bit more time to get to their spots. Knights, they're going to find themselves a sweet spot in Picado, so that's going to be not a lot of problem for Knights to situate themselves, but the circle this time is going to be tilted a bit north, so that means teams like Boring Protocols, they're going to find themselves in luck, because Boring Protocol, they had quite a rough game last time.
Oh yeah, they took a fight with Lazarus, and this Lazarus team, the way they executed that fight just really shows how much they've matured and understand the intricacies of a team fight. They did that so beautifully, and as for Boring Protocol, I wouldn't even really say they messed up, because when they got the first opening knock, they followed up with some more util to try and, you know, get another opening before pushing. But at the very highest of levels, when you get that first opening knock and it's a 4v3, even if you don't have the second follow-up through the use of util in the next couple of seconds, they need to think of a faster way and devise a better plan to execute before the other team gets the reset. And yeah, I think we already see some fighting happening, as we're actually going to zoom in onto TC versus Vamp. Looks like they're getting into a little bit of an altercation, and it's actually Koi from the Nova side who picked up the very first elimination onto the side of Polar Ace.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Polar Ace, unfortunately, again, not having a great of the starts, and Team Chosen right here charging against Vamps. Yep, that Uzi's gonna shred in close range, and Vamp, the players are just falling down, and they're being dismantled slowly and steadily. Team Chosen, they're looking so good with the amount of control they have against a team like Vamps. And yep, they have no other choice. They need to back off as Benny's been taken out. They're left in a handicap situation, a 3-on-4. Backing off has to be the most mature decision, and that's what they exactly do.
The first zone, by the way, we are pretty much on the northern area of Miramar, but it's not a hard north circle. Hacienda's between Power Grid and Hacienda, that's pretty much like the central location of the zone. Should be a very good game, or very easily navigatable game for many of these teams. This area of the terrain, very familiar, all the positions, plenty of good, strong key positions to take up. So I do imagine we'll see some teams rotating earlier than later given this circle.
19 Esports and Mezexis next to each other. Polar Ace kind of shifted out a little bit from Los Leones. Gonna have a tough time to loot. Team Panther right underneath as well. Another one of those teams that have been playing really safe. XSET, now they're known to play really good at Miramar. And this has to be the game where XSET step themselves up. If they're not going to be able to step up now, I feel like it's going to be really hard for them to wake up in any other games.
XSET closed out the first match with 0 points. We didn't even really get to see what happened to the XSET side, but we do know they got into a fight with the Knights, and, well, if there's any team that you're probably going to lose to, it would be the Knights in this lobby. And Lazarus, it wasn't a fair fight between the Knights and Lazarus in the previous match. I do believe it was like a 3v2, but between Lazarus and Knights, I would love to see these two teams go at it in a 4v4 situation, as there is the vehicle run over. Unfortunate for Polar Ace.
Yep, they're just having rough starts. I don't know what to say. Polar Ace, they're just getting rolled so far, even in the first game of Erangel, and now in Miramar too, having a tough start. I don't know how things are going to be looking like in future, though, as already a lot of teams have started to get their footing in the center of the zone. Boring Protocols is one of them. We do see a little separation from the side of Boring Protocol, but they're also trying to make a move. They're trying to find themselves a sweet spot, which they can call it's a home, at least for now. Knights too in the back. Knights, they don't really have to move a lot. All these teams now, they're pretty much just waiting for the next circle shift to find out how things are going to be looking like in the next one. Lazarus, as you said, one of those teams in the El Pozo, pretty much big chillin'.
See, XSET did make a fast rotation from Monte Nuevo. They used that road, cutting straight down the middle map, getting a very central location. They should be aware of TC's position, though, because TC likes to play this split quite often, so we might see a fight between XSET and TC. However, XSET looks like they're kind of driving into a potential trap and trapping themselves in. We're looking at a fight between Boring Protocol and HQA currently, though, as this one might be shaping up to commence. But I think the TC, and yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's actually TC and XSET that get into the fight first on that kill feed. And that is a confirmation onto the side of XSET. XSET, I think this is just them not doing their homework. In a zone like this, we have seen TC play on these hilltops over and over and over again. And for XSET to lose a player the way they did, just goes to show the homework wasn't done. But Opa also dropping the ball. We're just running over in the open. Both of these teams just making mistakes left and right.
Yeah. Told you about the utility usage, and this is the exact problem that Team Chosen had, even in the qualifiers sometimes. The smoke grenades are just not being utilized to perfection. Even if you did use one smoke to try and cross over, that could have helped him out quite a lot. He would have taken a little damage, but at least he would not have been knocked out and out the game so far. But Team Chosen, now it's a 3-on-3. The fight's equalized. Man number neutralized as well.
TC also messed up there and not being able to cover that knocked teammate. You saw when Polo ran over that huge sloping hillside. Look at how exposed he was to go for that confirmation. So Polo, I mean, I think that was a mistake that he went for the confirmation, but at the same time, the Chosen also making a mistake and not being set up to cover. That is both of these teams playing very sloppy. And I think this is the biggest problem, by the way, when it comes to a region improving. When you don't get punished for your mistakes, you don't realize you're doing the wrong things. So Polo, like, getting away with that confirmation, he might think it was a good play, but in all reality, it was both teams just not playing correctly. Like, I am being very critical right now, but both TC and XSET near the bottom of the leaderboards right now. So they got to tighten things up if they want to catch up to the rest of the pack.
I mean, XSET already having a rough start again in Miramar. How are they going to be able to wrap things up in this game, though? It's going to be tough now. Already handicapped early off. To try and get a chicken dinner, it's going to be even tougher. XSET with only one elim point, not looking that great. Polar Race right underneath them, too. As you can see, they also have 3 players alive. A lot of teams have been handicapped early off, 4 teams in total. The circle, though, still is yet to shift. Now, BTOWN is one of those teams that did so good last game. And the way they play is that they just like to play so slow. They like to take sweet little time, rotate in. But when they do, they make sure they're able to fight their way through.
Yeah. We saw last game, BTOWN was racking up the elimination points, circle after circle. Took that fight with WallStreetBets.
Oh my God.
And they scrapped their way in as a 2-man. And with this next circle shift, we're not going to see too much movement as it pretty much centralizes on everyone that's already set up. We might see some micro adjustments here and there, but I think everybody's going to just keep holding on to their respective positions. And for the teams edging in from the sides, they're not going to look to breach too far in either, as there's not too much of a hardship for them to take advantage of.
WallStreetBets too is yet to make their entry inside the zone. Another of those teams that we haven't really been talking about, because in the first game, they kind of fell off early. But this game of Miramar might just be a new hope for them. Boring Protocols already get themselves a knock. But it's going to be tough to convert that knock into a kill, because 19 Esports, they're still trying to move around, and the knocked guy is being guarded pretty well. I also do see Knights taking a dig on enemy hills right there. They found another knock for themselves. The Knights, they're looking good too. This fight has came to a stalemate.
Yeah, not much could be done here as teams are starting to close in on them. You see Lazarus on the opposite hillside, just with those long sight lines. So TC definitely feeling a bit more wary. At the end of the day, though, both teams are in good positions near the center of zone, so they just want to keep it that way, not do anything too risky and get eliminated. Knights, they got that long-range knock. Smokes are down. Knights are getting a little bit closer to see if they can convert that. And Tensa, oh, he definitely has an angle, but he's being a little bit careful. He doesn't want to peek out too far. Might have missed an opportunity there, but as far as like the viewers are concerned and we're concerned, we know the Knights, they have more opportunities to come. They're just going to play this safe, try and keep 4 players up. And when the fights are forced to happen, they will usually come out on top.
Yeah, they will, and they're also able to shook away 4 Bros from their spot. So Knights, their presence is known, but it's pretty much trying to suppress them at the spot. So 4 Bros now, they're not going to challenge. Now they're not going to try to challenge and fight against them. But 19 Esports, 1 player's knocked out, caught in the open. It's going to be next to impossible to try and get the rest back up. What just happened to 19 Esports? They're down to Alucard all by himself now. Tough luck for them for sure. Mezexis, look at the split these guys have. They have the high ground to work with. They have surrounded Alucard from all the directions. It's going to be tough for this man to get out this compound.
I see a blown up vehicle, so I think 19 Esports got caught by a trap split by the Mezexis team. Mezexis with 3 elimination points. 19 Esports missing 3 players. Put 2 and 2 together. You get a decent idea of what happened. Execute. Yang busting out a move right there, getting a little bit of camera time.
It's kind of random.
They're in an okay position on the northern side. If it does hard shift up to them, though, it'll be good. But we will be seeing that next circle shift coming out very soon.
The Chosen, they were able to get the rest back up on the fallen man, so for now they're good. Mezexis too, we saw 3 elim points for them. 19 Esports, unfortunately, straight up walked in their trap. They got taken out. Look at the next circle shift. Oh, Nova again.
Hacienda, potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. And Nova do get the zone once again. We know Nova could, do really well when they get the zone. They manage to hold their splits. They don't lose too many players, but I think the problem is when they really get pressured super close range, that's when they falter. I mean, we see Nova lose the fight in Sami, like 2-1 against 4 Bros. So they definitely need to work on their close range as Mezexis, but with that zone shift, they're going to crunch in on Alucard and confirm the last elimination and wipe out the side of 19 Esports. Mezexis, love the way they're playing. 4 points, keeping 4 players up. You don't have zone priority, you might as well pick up the points when you can.
Yeah, they've amped up their pace for sure. Mezexis is doing really good in this game. Now Nova, mainly I feel like when they do get pushed on by a team, there's just a lot of communication issues which might just be caused because they start panicking. Now I don't exactly know how things work in their squad, but the way they function when they're being charged by an enemy team, it does seem like they're just all over the place, and they'll need to try and get themselves together. Knights over here, though, they did spot out of Eagle in the open. We're able to deal a decent amount of damage, but Knights, they still need to make it into the zone. The pathway in the front seems clear, but it's not clear as much as we expect, because Knights, they're going to have to try and move out in the open.
They could definitely edge onto the next circle with no real problem, no teams in front of them. But it's going to be from a position that's going to be difficult if the circle centers up into Hacienda or goes anywhere further north. They do have a road access way, though, so they should be okay. As we take a look at Boring Protocol and HQA here. Getting closer and closer into the San Martin area. Many teams, though, avoiding San Martin. They don't want to trap themselves in just yet until they see the next circle shift. The only teams down here is probably just HQA. 4 Bros on the very outskirts of San Martin. They don't want to commit into the zone either.
Yeah. 4 Bros, though. Getting shot at from the left. Trying to heal himself back up. Looking great for now. But not so great. They have a decent positioning they can try and play off of, but I personally do not like the split they have. At this point in time, they should try and play with each other, but the next circle is shifting up north. The chances are quite high, so all these teams in down south, they're going to have a tough time to try and move in. But let's just see where the circle is going to be shifting. Yep, that's what exactly happens. Circle shifts up north. Team in the south, they're going to have a lot of trouble.
Once again, this is Nova's game to secure a lot of points. I really want to follow the Knights team to see what they do in a circle shift like this. They're definitely going to probably have to fight their way in somehow, some way. There is an opening on the eastern side of that circle. We might see the Knights take that, and we see a lot of blips coming up on the screen as teams are finally starting to mobilize on this shift, and the fights are starting to ring out all across the battlefield.
Yeah, just look at the wave of vehicles just trying to move inside the zone. Makes a lot of sense. Everyone wants to book an early ticket in the zone. XSET. J7 goes down again, and the woes continue for their squad as Killswitch is all the way back in the blue zone, taking a lot of damage right there. It's going to be tough for this man to get back to safety without taking any damage. Landland kind of stuck out in the open. Still trying to take a couple of shots on Moso. Oh, is taken down quite low. The man in the back, Landland. It's not going to be able to find an opening so far, but Landland, there we go. Landland goes down now. Team Panthers, they also have a man advantage to work with. It's a 1-on-4 situation. Godji's kind of trapped, but oh, unfortunately, Jaya, oh, he exposes himself a bit too much, but the blue zone's going to confirm the knock for him. So Godji, he's going to have a little smirk on his face, but he's also taking a lot of damage. He needs to start medding up, but he just doesn't have any meds left. So that's going to be it for Team Chosen.
Oh, luckily for Gaja, he does manage to at least confirm 1 point right there for himself before he goes out. The Panthers gonna prioritize their rotation instead as the Blue Zone's right behind their backs. Many teams still not yet in the zone. This one's a tricky one. A lot of the rotation pathways are just kind of cut from that Hacienda, or not Hacienda, San Martin City area. So we take a look at the playback. This was the fight between TC and XSET as XSET was trying to leave their compound. Good shots by Gajia with the red dot too.
Yeah. Lazarus in the front. Team Execute right there in the north. So much open areas. So many open terrains. It's going to be tough to navigate through them. Lazarus. They clashed their vehicles against Polar Ace. And now Polar Ace again, one of those squads that has been hurt early off again. They're going to have a tough time fighting this because it's the squad of Lazarus who has been really consistent throughout the PMPL North America. But what just happened? Joey walked into the flames and now he falls on top of the flames. That's a little team kill right there. Oh, what's going on with these top squads today?
Ooh, I think Joey got tagged up by a nade and his foot barely touched the fire, and that's what caused them to get knocked. However, I don't think the Polar Ace team realizes this, as they're not really making a move. We saw Lazarus in the last game. When they had a knock advantage, they took the fight to the other team when they didn't have to. So I want to see Polar Ace do the same, and is that a grenade onto Isage? I think so, as the Polar Ace team is starting to mobilize now. It is a 3v3 situation. Joey trying to get his first aid off. And Kiyoshi moving up close. Very good grenade to stall out the fight. Joey, though, down again. Trey with a very good grenade. The utility used out of Polar Ace on another level right now.
Yeah, it's just complete perfection. Polar Ace challenging this fight so well. Lazarus, a lot of rookie mistakes being made from this squad, and they will have to pay the price for that. Kaiseki's over here inside the house position now, and he's probably going to get charged by all the players of Polar Ace as soon as possible. Kaiseki, though, is trying his best to fight back. Trey's quite low. Same thing goes with Kaiseki, and he will finally fall down. Polar Ace doing such a great job. What a phenomenal fight to take. What a flawless execution with those nades.
That was a 3v4 onto the side of Lazarus. And Lazarus are starting off on a really good game, so they got the momentum and confidence going for them. But Polar Ace just showing you can't count out any teams. And Polar Ace actually with 8 eliminations already. We saw them eliminate the Lazarus team. That's 4 points right there. But Polar Ace actually picked up 4 points from a while ago. We don't know where because there's been so much fighting. But Polar Ace looking really good. 8 points with 3 members. That's a very worthwhile trade, but the circle did shift on down towards the Hacienda area. See Boring Protocol, Execute, and HQA right on top of each other. Nova have the zone, and the Knights once again will get the very edge circle of that hard shift.
I like how these games are just action-packed. Just so fun to watch. HQA in front of Execute now. Having a little low ground, but it's okay. HQA, they have the best cover to work around with, while on the other hand, Execute, they're a little exposed. We do see Killswitch on the kill feed, though. Even though he was caught out in the wall of death, he's still able to make it back to safety, or make it back alive in the safe zone now. So Killswitch, his position's known. Look at Knights, the split they have. It's a 2-2 split. They're doing such a great job. And on the other hand, it's HQA charging in forward against Execute. They find an opening. Yang goes down. Subpig is not going to stop anytime soon. He's going to keep on charging forward.
Execute faltering a little bit here. You want to take the fight, but at the same time, they're not committing to the fight, so they're kind of waffling back and forth, just getting picked apart. Killswitch goes out. The Knights do end up picking up that elimination points, and this is what I was saying about the Execute team. They're kind of just sitting around not doing anything, so just slowly being picked apart. When you have 4 players up, I would rather see you commit to something. Take a fight and maybe lose the fight, it's fine. Or at least stack your team together somewhere else where they're not just in the middle of the open. Execute down to 2. The Knights still with 4 up. Boring Protocol also with 4 up. And the Nova Esports team with 4 up. And with that zone shift, oh, that is perfect. We have a 4-man team of Boring Protocol on your screen on the southwest. Knights on the southeast also with 4 up. And then Nova on the north side with 4. Every other team battered and bruised. I feel like it's going to come down to these 3 Titans at the end of the match.
Yeah. Look at the split the Knights have, too. The confidence this team has, it's just on next level. They know there's going to be no one in the back because they're just hugging the edge of the zone. So Knights makes a lot of sense, too, why they have so much confidence. They're just playing it to perfection. HQA, though, a nice, precise nade is going to reward them with a nice limb point. That's going to be more than enough. Nova on the top. They're going to try and pressure HQA a bit more. Kingpin goes down. The series of trouble continue for HQA. And it seems like it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. Sunny Pick 2 is getting shot at from somewhere else. It's Boring Protocols now who are applying the equal amount of pressure onto HQA. They're just being surrounded on all the other sides. Boring Protocols, Carnage being spotted out in the open. He's trying to bob and weave as much as possible. Finally, he's able to dodge those shots. But Chico, on the other hand, confirms the knock on the Polar Ace.
We are seeing the other teams being slowly grinded down by the 3 Titans of the map, the Knights and Boring Protocol. We have 2 of WallStreetBets still alive, chilling in a shack, but for how much longer? And just as I say that, Drago gets knocked. So now there's 1 from WallStreetBets, 1 from HQA, and the fight between Boring Protocol, Knights, and Nova are commencing.
It is. Samuel with the high ground, but he's also going to get pushed by the blue zone soon. I feel like Boring Protocols have just put themselves in a really tricky spot, and Knights, they're able to capitalize on top of it. Look at that, Spec goes down, the kill gets confirmed too. Knights, they're just looking so unstoppable. WallStreetBets, though, they're also struggling quite a lot here. Steve-O, he needs to get the fallen man back up. The down man needs a hand. The bus comes through and he just runs him over. That's a little salt on top of the wounds right there. Nova, they get the final man down too from the side of WallStreetBets.
Right.
And now it's all down to Knights versus Nova. Let's find out who's going to win this one.
Let's see the rematch this time around. It's a 4v4, not the 3v3, but immediately the Knights already find the advantage. They take down QZZ, one of the top players from the Nova side, definitely one of the fraggers. If you want to knock anyone first from the Nova team, it's got to be him. The cover fire from Koi, it's good, but not great. Not able to get the knock, not able to get that trade, and the grenades are raining in, and oh my god, Koi with the headshots and straight lasers onto Coops. These 2 teams are playing at a different level. Nova, though, they do need to kind of spread out a little bit as the Knights have a better angle onto them, but there's not much cover to work with. They'll hop on that buggy. They'll try and use that knock to their advantage. They're making a hard push right now.
Oh, no.
Maybe a little bit too risky, but they feel the need to do something. That may have not been the right choice, but at least they get some spacing and are able to get more angles onto the Knights.
Oh, look at Shifan with this nade. Might just find that confirmation, and yes, he does. Knights, they're still up, though. Trades are happening back and forth, and there we go. Shifan goes down. That's a big threat neutralized. Knights, now they're going to have a lot of confidence. Another man taken down quite low. It's QZZ. He's going to prone back to the safety. But again, Knights, they have 2 players up. Same thing goes with Nova. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Tensa gets taken out, and QZ,
oh, the double!
With a game-changing nade, too.
He got a double grenade. It's down to just 1 player. Oh my, QZ, I was saying this is the guy you want to have knocked in the beginning of a fight onto Nova. You got the revive on QZ and he hits a double nade. Absolutely insane. I wish we could see that nade back on the replay. but the Knights down to 2. Nova was still 4, getting the revive onto their 4th player, and the Nova team has all the angles to work with.
Dude, but it's Coops and Xenox, and there we go. Xenox, this duo right here is the most damaging duo in the entire North America, and it's going to be really hard to stop these two players once they start raining down knocks. Look at the flank angle that's being created by Coops right there from the left. Nova, are they going to expect that? That's the question, because Coops is going to have a clear line of sight soon. This smoke right here might just reveal his position, but does it though? That's the question. Nova, they're oblivious about Coops' spot. Yup, they're oblivious. And as soon as one of the players exposes himself, Coops, if he finds another opening, that's going to be it. I feel like Knights should be able to seal this.
They get the confirmation onto Koi from the back, so it's still a 2v3. Xenox and Coops, like you mentioned, the most deadly duo. Coops, the MVP of North America, and Xenox, the man, the myth, the legend, able to 1v4 a team by himself. But now that some time has passed, Nova has gotten the wherewithal to understand that the off-angle flank might be coming in. You see Shifan looking that way and Kindness both. Coops and Xenox forced to group up to each other because the blue zone has forced them right on top. That does leave them at a disadvantage, especially with Nova with the man advantage. But you can never count out their gun skill as the bullets are raining out. Coops or Xenox needs the opening knock here.
Dude, like Nova, they have the man advantage, but it still feels like Knights. They just have a lot of confidence in this fight. Somehow they do. But finally, now Nova charging in forward. They're not going to let Knights have a lot of breathing space, and I personally like the way Nova are playing now. There we go. G-Fan finds an opening. Xenox goes down. It's all down to Coops now. He's capable of pulling off these clutch. Is he going to be able to clutch this out? Shifan taking out quite low.
For ammo.
Oh,
did he get it?
He ran out of bullets. No, he didn't. Unfortunate. That was so close, though.
Oh, my
The only reason why Coops lost that is because he ran out of bullets on his UMP. Like, literally. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I was seeing. Did you see the flick from the first player to the second player from Coops? He melted the first one and instantly tracked onto the second one. By the way, these players are playing on a phone device. That type of precise tracking and flicks you see in PC at the high end out of the pros, but these players are doing it with the phone. Absolutely insane. The round report, Coops, even though the Knights didn't get the win on that one, they got the chicken on the first one, they got a second place on the second match, but Coops with the most elimination and the highest damage, 1,348. I could not have asked for a better start to the Super Weekend. We get to see the rematch, the 4v4, the cleanest of 4v4s between Nova and the Knights. That was great to see, but if you want to get more Nova action, I do believe we have a video lined up for you guys onto the Nova team.
Nova Esports are the current world champions and have impressed time and again at international events. And much like their Chinese roster, the NA chapter of the organization are looking to make a similar statement in their region. The org has already tasted success with a win at the league stage of PMPL NA Season 2 and secured a top 3 finish in the finals as well. Shifan is a marquee player for the side and has secured multiple top finishes in the various regional and national NA tournaments.
Huge. I mean, this is it, Dave. This is going to be Shifan just pushing in for the win. One player is down from Nova, but I think it's going to be enough as they are just going to slowly look for this final player. Gets the hit marker there.
He will be joined by Rin, and the duo are the only 2 players remaining from the previous season. New players in the form of Kindness, QZ, and Koi have been roped in for this 2022 spring season, along with the addition of a coach in 7. The team has always shown consistency and maturity in their games, so could this be the season where they emerge as the champions of North America?
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
Baby, what a match! Are you kidding me? One of the most insane plays we've seen in PMPL so far. Of course, gotta give a huge shout out to our sponsor, Monster Energy, the official energy drink sponsor here of this show. Wow, what a crazy way to finish that one. That was so close. Yo, let me introduce, of course, bringing back the desk, our analyst, Seven, Glitter. Oh, I mean, if we had a cam, I wish there was our audio was available as we saw that play, because we were just exploding. Coops, all day, baby. Why don't we start with you, Seven?
Yeah, I'm speechless. Glitter, please talk.
Okay. All I know is that all three of us were screaming, that might be, and we said this while we were watching that fight happen, might be one of the best ending fights that we have seen in NA ever. That is the caliber of gameplay we want to see. We want to see it all the time, okay? That's the level of competitiveness that will push through to those other regions and carry these squads where we want to see NA being. I mean, it's got to be one of my favorite matches that we have now watched. And what's even crazier, when we look at this match ranking here, Seven, Knights had more elimination points, and oh my god, we got to talk about Coops at some point.
Ooh, you just spitting facts right now, because I feel the exact same way. Those are the matches that are just gonna elevate the gameplay that we're gonna be seeing here in NA. And I'm hoping, listen, guys, I know sometimes you guys like to perform really well on one super week and then slow down on the next ones. I don't want to see any slowing down. I want to see those kind of performances every single day on super weekends. I do see XSET there for bros, but the main storyline, I mean, it comes down with Nova, Esports, and Knights. And when we tell you that there's usually a caliber player where if he's still alive, you're like, okay, you know what? This player can kind of clutch it up. As soon as we realized Coops is still alive, Glitter, we were like, oh. And then the smoke too, the way that smoke was able to help. Don't worry, we'll have a flyover, but overall, I'm just amazed right now at how good of an ending that was, Jukes.
That was insane. I mean, Glitter, I think you said it perfectly, right? Why don't you go ahead and just tell people what you were saying a little bit off cam when we saw that last play there with Coops.
Literally. It was painfully good. And Coops would have had that had he not had to reload in that end fight, right? Nova couldn't track where he was through the smoke, and the fact that Coops was just snapping from target to target is why we're constantly talking about Coops as a competitive player. Like I was saying, one of the best finishes we've ever seen in A. The level of competition between those teams is where we want to see everybody at, because that was both teams almost fully died and then somehow reset and had to go back at it yet again, Seven.
They did reset, and they went. I'm glad that they reset. You know what? I do want to give some credit to Polar Ace. Let's step away a little bit there from that. Even though they didn't get like super high end placing points, they ended up fragging out, and they ended up fragging out with 8 Ilums. And this is a team that, I mean, we're used to seeing in Sanhok and talking about how much Trey has the world record in NA for healing, which hopefully today we might get a chance to see that too. But for Polar Ace to be able to step it up in the way that they have in this past couple of days, to the last day of league play and then now here on this final match, I think it's good to see the aggression that we're seeing out of them, and I'm hoping that aggression doesn't slow down. And when you talk about aggression, another team that kind of showed us a little bit more of aggression there in that last match was helping Quit Edition, Glitter. That team ended up with 7 Ilums to themselves, and not just that, they also were able to clutch it up with placement points too and a 4th place finish.
Yeah, and we talked about them too, a little bit slower on that first match there, but they were a team that's done very well during league play, and now we're looking at this top damage, Jukes, and we have 2 teams over 2k damage, and the Knights almost again at the 3k damage mark. I mean, talk about consistency.
Color be shocked. I mean, literally before we even got here to this segment, I was like, hey, what should we show? I was like, why don't we just show Pittsburgh Knights and Nova versus everybody after that last one? I mean, seriously, these guys are going insane. And I mean, we're seeing it right here in the Super Weekend, right off the bat. which teams are bringing the most heat. And we've seen it already. I know it's only been 2 matches, but we saw Nova not do as well in Miramar before, and then just straight clap here in this one, Glitter, right?
Yeah, and 7, I really like what you said about Polar Ace because we can see that reflected really well here in the damage. Yep. They have the best conversion when it comes to elims versus how much damage output they have. And for a team like Polar Ace, when we've really been highlighting their placement play style, this is huge for them.
I agree.
Man, so much to talk about, so much to get into. It is just crazy to just watch this level of gameplay just continue. Boom, boom, and boom. And who knows, maybe soon we may see the UMP get a 10 bullet buff, right? That'll be great as we head on over to this beautiful flyover here, 7.
That's right. And I mean, at this point, we kind of thought, okay, you know what? Nova might be able to have it. We saw what Koi was able to do, as you can see right there, being able to knock out Chico. G-Fan, I've doubted you many times, but I like some of the plays that you were able to do. And at the end, you'll see him being able to clutch it up. QC comes in, Glitter here. The way that Coops and Sinox was able to maintain themselves, right? They were patient. They tried to recover here. I think Coops is able to get Tensa, and this is what we were talking about. Oh, there you go. Sinox is going to be able to pick up Coops, but they allowed themselves enough time to pick up each other. QC had to heal, and at that point, Koi was too far away. And right here, this is when the madness begins. You can see some of the players. The smokes, I feel like, play such a huge part in this finale because Nova tries to be sneaky with the smokes, but in the end, it kind of backfires too. They knock Sinox, but then right here, they have no idea which way Coops is going. And as you can see, Glitter, Coops is just gonna start picking them apart one by one.
Yeah, that was actually crazy because for the top down, you could see Kindness tried to go to the right and thought that Coops might be to his right. Coops was actually to his left, and that split on Nova allowed Coops to take out QZ first and then instantly snap onto Kindness because he saw where those tracers are coming from through the smoke. And then it came down to that 1v1 with Shifan, and all of us were absolutely losing our minds when that was happening, Jukes.
I mean, I don't think you could have said it any better. I mean, it's just so crazy to see how Nova, they're so confident. They had those 3 players. One little slight mistake. Look at this head-to-head graphic. Koi versus Coops. Glitter, break it down for me.
Okay, the fact that that Coops alone is at more damage than we have seen for teams. I mean, this is incredible, and this is just for today. Right now, Koi really picking up a lot of the slack for Nova here. Some really impressive stats coming out of Koi, and what's crazier is that if we saw these stats alone, they'd be impressive, but then you look over on the Coop side of things, 7, and it's just like, who can match this player? Like, this is incredible. Double-digit elims, double-digit knockouts, the perfect conversion for both of these players, though.
Yes.
And, I mean, that doesn't happen that frequently either.
I'm so glad you pointed that out, because that was the main thing I was going to point out that I'm not used to seeing from these players. We usually either see more knockouts or we see just some players kind of being thieves and stealing from the other teams, but for them to have that kind of conversion, right? You knock out 12, you get 12 elims. That's going to be huge. Like, any point does matter for some of these teams. Another thing that I really enjoy out of Coops there was the amount of assists that he was able to achieve so far today. He's currently sitting at 4. That is impressive to me, because it's not only him being a fragger, but if his team needs him to support, he's going to be there to support them as well, and hopefully try to take those kills.
You know he wants that MVP. You know he's won it already. You know, we're just starting, not this kicked off, but it could be anybody's game. You know, speaking of anybody's game, Polar Ace, you know, they're in 7th place so far here in this super weekend. You can see some nice stats coming out from them. 7, why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown here?
I will. I got to give some shout outs here. The man with the magical mullet, Yoshi. I'm becoming a bigger and bigger fan out of you, man. The plays I've seen of him, the pressure that this player is able to put into some other teams and kind of makes them just backtrack a little bit. I'm not used to seeing that out of teams that maybe don't have superstars. And hey, I'm not going to put that kind of pressure on you just yet, you know, Kiyoshi. But if you continue the trend, man, I'm going to keep on hyping you up, because I'm loving what I'm seeing. You're putting up the stats, you're putting up the elims too. And shout out to Trey. Hey, you were able to achieve 3 elims. I can't wait to see that heal strat, though, in Sanhok. We'll see if they go back to it.
Ooh.
Hey, you know what they say, right? business in the front, party in the back, dude. So we'll see if we're gonna see how they're gonna party down in this next match here as you guys head on over to the back. Thank you so much, Seven and Glitter. Very much appreciate your time here as we're gonna bring in our casters for this next match. We got them all day long. It's Zute, it's Necro, guys. Woo! Oops! The performance. Are we gonna see it back to back here again in Sanhok here? Why don't we start with you, Necro?
I mean, look, I don't know how things are going to be looking like in Sanhok because sometimes things can be a little random, but what I've seen in the past, I feel like Knights, they should be really consistent even in the game of Sanhok.
Well, we'll see how it happens. Y'all guys take it here from here. I'm out.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off right there. See you later, Hot Jugs. I'm just so stoked and hyped up on the Knights right now, but Knights aside, I mean, we got to give credit to Nova for putting on the show for us, because if it was only the Knights, there's not much to talk about, right? It's just Knights dominating everyone, but we see Nova, man, that was Nova's game to actually lose, because we saw them really push back. They were all huddled up in one area. They got one opening, and they made the decisive, risky play of sending 2 of their players on the back of a buggy to that rock. So, I mean, Knights, they are popping off because Coop's got the spotlight, Coop's got the stats, but as a team, I feel like Nova played that last fight engagement incredibly well.
Yeah.
We are heading to the next map. I do believe the next map should... Oh, we're actually going on to Erangel, maybe. Or maybe it's Sanhok. No, it is Erangel indeed. Okay, so we are heading to Erangel. Sanhok will come later. Flight path is already up on your screen. I just want to see more Knights and Nova action. Maybe sprinkle a little bit of Lazarus in there too, because I know Lazarus got what it takes to hang with those 2 big boys too.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Lazarus is one of those teams too that have been doing so good in the league play, and I'm pretty sure as Super Weekend progresses forward, Lazarus, they're just going to keep on climbing that overall rankings. But overall though, Knights, I mean, they've been doing absolutely phenomenal in the map of Erangel. I'm just expecting greatness out of them.
The dynamic duo, Coops and Xenox, of course, are up there on your top 3. And then highest damage, of course, once again, Coops and Xenox. Match made in heaven. Like, these 2 guys, man, absolutely disgusting. Like, if you ever get a chance to watch them play or see their gameplay from their POV, like, they do things you do not think is possible on a phone device. Like, these guys are built different. But of course, Koi also hanging up in there today for the Nova side. We talk a lot about QZZ, we talk a lot about some of the other players, but today, right now, Koi is definitely putting in work for the Nova side.
I mean, I like that you bring it up, bring the last fight up between Nova and Knights. And as you said, a lot of decisions that Nova made was just really good. But then it was just Knights being Knights, you know? They're just nuts players. In general, they were able to win those aim duels, and they were able to slap Nova down. But somehow, in the end, it got a little too close for comfort for Nova. And in the end, Nova were able to win. But I honestly feel like right there, Coops just won our hearts. But moving forward, though, kind of a similar circle that we saw, but this time the circle's covering a little bit more land area.
Yeah, very similar circle down on that southwestern side. Teams might actually elect to take Fairy Pier position or get closer to Fairy Pier earlier on in this first circle, simply due to the first game and the way it played out. I do want to add a caveat though to that Nova versus, Knights engagement. Some of the players of Nova are playing on a higher ping.
True.
So that might be why in that close range fight we saw Nova almost end up losing the engagement, but that's not to take away the nasty aim and the flicks and the tracing out of Coops. You heard me say it as we watched that fight, on the replay and everything. These guys are doing that on a phone device. You usually see that type of crisp mechanics on a PC where you have a keyboard and mouse. These guys are doing it on a small phone device. It's absolutely crazy how cracked some of these players are that we have here in the PMPL North America.
I mean, they're the best of the best, right? And you got to be the best of the best, and they are doing certainly a phenomenal job at that. But another one of those teams that have been struggling so far, Zoo, XSET. I mean, the defending champions of the PMPL right here, and they're not able to live up to their name so far.
No, They are definitely not. And what I think it is they've never gotten back on the horse. They were the champions of PMPL North America. You know, that qualified them over into the PMPL Americas. And we had a lot of high hopes riding on XSET because they were the champions. And we saw them miss 2 super weekends out of the 3. That means they didn't make top 16 for 2 weeks. And that was the last we kind of saw from XSET after that competition was over, because then that led to, you know, PMGC and etc. And now we're finally back to the new year. We're resetting from the beginning onto the PMPL. And this XSET is honestly looking like the XSET that missed out on the 2 super weekends. I mean, if we really want to take a look at it, yes, they're in this super weekend in particular, but this is PMPL North America. This should be cake for them to be at least top 5 in the super weekend. And I get we're only 2 games in. One of these games, XSET is likely, you know, to pop off. But if you take a look at Lazarus, if you take a look at the Knights, if you take a look at the Nova side, right? These 3 teams are just, no matter if it's a bad game or we're only 2 games in, they're able to show signs of greatness, show signs of, you know, of like dominance. But we have not seen that at all from the XSET side. If anything, that last match on Miramar, I was criticizing them, saying like, maybe they're not even doing their VOD review, because they kind of drove into that trap of TC, and it's just, I have not seen anything impressive out of the XSET side, to be honest with you, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you might as well just call it a rookie mistake, right? The way they were playing that fight, too, they were just moving out in the open. I mean, unfortunately, he didn't get punished right there for doing so. It worked out in their favor, but if it was any other team that would have been doing a better job, I feel like XSET would have been wiped out in seconds, the way they were playing that. Yeah. But moving it forward, though, hey, look, it's just been the first, you know, couple of games. We can't just judge them just yet. Maybe they have something planned up for the future. But so far, the way they're playing, it doesn't seem like anything's lining up for them so far. But moving on forward, though, Mezexis, one of those teams that did quite well in the first Erangel game. Moving on forward in another Erangel game right here. What are your expectations?
Well, Mezexis, we saw in that first game, they did quite well until they ran into the Knights, right? It came down to the Mezexis versus the Knights for the first game. Mezexis had the man advantage, but of course, Knights being the Knights just completely chopped them up. But right now, Mezexis sitting in 4th overall with 19 points. Not too bad, and like you mentioned, it's a team that kind of surprised us in the league week. So I think they are holding up to their league week performance. They're hanging in there. We're only 2 matches in. When it comes to a team like Mezexis, kind of a question mark. We'll get a better idea of how good they really are after we get a few more games in. But as for the side of XSET, just to bring it back real quick, XSET, I'm looking at the overalls. They're actually sitting in 16th place out of the 16 teams right now. They have 4 points. Right above them is the Chosen at 5 points. So both of those 2 teams really struggling. And I think Span Cargo actually picked XSET. And I did pick the team out of the Chosen. So two of the team picks right now, definitely not doing too great. We'll see how they do on this 3rd match of Erangel, though. Boring Protocol, set up on top of the hill. Early rotation still, once again, for a lot of these teams out on Erangel, feeling very comfortable in which positions that they want to occupy and take. Especially we have seen this circle in the very first game, too.
Now, elaborating on that team chosen topic a little bit more, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I just feel like they're having a lot of confidence issues. The way they're playing, they're kind of hesitating in making those fights. They're also not trying to push in forward, even if they do get a couple of knocks. They're trying to second guess themselves right here. And I feel like it's just more kind of like the early week jitters. And I feel like as the tournament processes forward, as week 2, week 3 come by, I'm pretty sure we might just be able to see a complete new team chosen.
Potentially. It's one or the other, right? They're under the pressure, and pressure either makes diamonds or you just crack under that. And TC is definitely one of those teams where they're kind of just waffling back and forth. We saw them in the PMCO qualifiers. They felt way more comfortable, of course, taking advantage of more inexperienced teams, and they just ran over everybody, right? Yep. But this is the PMPL, and their confidence is being shaken because they're running into teams that's putting up a bigger challenge. But at the end of the day, they need to keep that confidence up and play the way that they were kind of playing in the PMCO as far as the confidence goes. Not necessarily what they're doing exactly, because they got away with a lot of things in the PMCO qualifiers with the more experienced teams, but they need to bring that confidence back. Speaking of which, we will be heading into the second circle. Let's see which teams are feeling confident in the new circle position. I'm hoping it shifts down further to the south. And it's about to hit right now. And it does shift down to the south. So we're going to have a lot of teams just kind of chilling where they are. Nova, by the way, playing a huge 2-2 split. There's 2 of the players near the Fairy Pier side. They are the yellow colored team. So that is almost like 1,000+ meter split.
It's just a splash of colors in the center of the map. The next circle shrank down too. So Lazarus right there. Quite close to Knights, but I don't feel like we're going to be witnessing any kind of battle so far. Mezexis might just straight up walk into Lazarus right here. But they're taking things a little slow, as Mezexis like to take. But I also want to take your eyes a little bit up north as Vamp. They're just making sure they're camping out Pro Era. They're trying to hold them off at bay. As Polar Ace, they have been struggling so far. I'm not going to lie. Polar Ace, I mean, they did quite well in the previous game, but again, it is one of those teams that I expect a lot much more better performance. Oh.
You can't be the best at everything. That's all I got to say to that. You can't be the best at everything. So, actually, one of the Knights player is knocked. Not due to what we saw on the replay just now, but I think one of the boring protocol players did get a knock on the Knights. And actually, Lazarus getting really close behind the Knights in the map feed. Maybe we'll get the camera switch over to that, but right now, Vamp and Polar Ace continuing their fight and just completely gatekeeping this team out. This must be a planned trapping rotation because they are far, far into the blue zone right now.
Oh, they are. And so far, as you can see, Vamp moving forward, Knights right there too. Couple of shots taken. Polar Ace, unfortunately, again, they're taking a lot of bullets on themselves and they're not able to withstand the amount of damage that's being dealt onto them, even by the Wall of Death and now by the players of Vamps. They're just making sure they're holding Polar Ace off at bay because Vamp knows somewhere down line, if they're able to get these elim points, it's pretty much free for them.
Oh, there we go. We missed the fight, though. I literally said at the beginning of the cast, I want to see Nova and the Knights continue to keep this up. And then I mentioned, but I want to sprinkle some Lazarus action in there too, because they could hang with those 2 big boys. Unfortunately, we missed the fight, but there it is. Lazarus took a 4v4 with the Knights, and they come out on top. They don't lose a single player. They're able to get the reset onto the rest of the team. So this Lazarus team, they're heavy hitters too. And oh man, I wish we'll probably see a replay of the fight. But that's a huge one. The Knights, the first team out and eliminated in the 3rd match.
Lazarus, look at that. Kaiseki taken down so low. Fears, it's a big man from Lazarus. She said, been taken out that early from the game. Knights, unfortunately, as I said, I mean, it's okay, you know. They can afford a little bit of slip-ups here and there. As I said, I'm going to be completely fine if they're able to get even top 3 at the end of the day.
This does open up things, though, for the Nova side to catch up a little bit. We saw like a pretty big, or not a big point gap, but a point gap that was starting to build. The Knights coming into this game with 54 points. Second place was 38. This will allow Nova to catch back up, and the circle shifts further down to the south. We're going to have a very similar ending. We see the Nova team readjusting their split right now. So continuing to hold wider splits even up until Circle 3. And we might see them group up a little bit more. Got a lot of teams coming in onto this circle position. And there's a lot of key points for these teams to hold down still.
Look at that. So many teams just stacked up right in the center. A splash of colors on another side, though. It's a wave of vehicles moving inside. Vamps, they still need to make their presence in the zone. Boring protocols as the man in the front gets taken out. XSET all the way in the back, as you can see. They have the high ground to work with, and they're just raining down bullets onto these players. Now, XSET, they have a really good positioning. All they need to make sure is they're able to hold this position off and not get backstabbed or even get any sort of casualties onto themselves.
The Lazarus team was taken out just now by Boring Protocol. Same with TC. 2 heavy hitters already out. The Knights and Lazarus. This might be a chance for XSET to kind of step up now, since they don't have these top teams to contend with. Of course, there is still Nova in the mix of things. Boring Protocol down to 2. And Mezexis, they're having a consistent game, and they still have 4 players up. This is also a good chance for some of these other teams to throw themselves up on the leaderboards with 2 of the major heavy hitters already eliminated.
Look at Drager right there up top. HQA, though, I feel like we haven't really been talking a lot about this team now. Makes a lot of sense, too, because they just haven't getting a lot of limelight onto themselves. They haven't really been doing that great so far. As we expected coming out of league play, HQA was doing so phenomenal in itself, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now because BTOWN, the last time they were putting on a show on this exact spot, and now BR3R is doing the same again. Spots out a couple of players, a polar race in the back, and wow, that's a precise spray, but it's Midnight who connects the final bullet onto that man.
BTOWN. This is one of those teams that really knows how to scrap when it comes to engagement. Every time the camera's on them, they're taking some sort of fight. And they usually look pretty in control and pretty split up during the fight too. So BTOWN on the Fairy Pier side, definitely feeling comfortable playing in that area. This is why we see them there again, even though the zone is a little bit different. Nova with that classic Nova split. XSET with a nice positional split as well, controlling the hillside and the compound. But we're going to see where the circle goes as it goes up north. This is going to be a tough one. Yeah. About like 70% of that zone is just open fields with a few shacks sprinkled in, far in between. The main key positions is the hill that Nova holds or the bunker. There's a giant bunker right there that we do see some teams crash into. And then, of course, XSET's hill and XSET's compound. That's pretty much it. Everything else is pretty much open ground territory.
Look at Mezexis, though. They're trying to challenge a fight against XSET. The 2-2 split from XSET might just not work out because Mezexis, compared to XSET's performance, they've been doing really phenomenal. XSET, though, they're going to respect Mezexis and they're going to let them have their little fair share of land. And they're going to back off. For now, it's Nova with a great positioning. 4Bros kind of locking their sights onto the players in Nova. No shots taken just yet. Team Panthers right in the front.
What Nova's doing with QZZ? QZZ put himself outside of the zone in a deep, low ground hidden position because Nova knows when they get pushed on, teams will use this hillside to get up close and try and choke and pressure Nova in. So already in advance, QZZ puts himself in a position to shoot them in their back. We'll see if this plays out the way that Nova's preparing for. But either way, that's a really smart adjustment. That's the Nova 200 IQ right there. Like the team out of China, Nova, there's a reason why they're back-to-back PMGC champions. And that's because they do these tricky, intricate plays that a lot of other teams don't really utilize yet. And I don't think we're going to see it being utilized in this match alone. But I'm super glad to be able to have caught that QZZ is setting up for that potential push already preemptively.
Look at all 4 players just in that little shack. But yeah, that was a great spot from you, for sure. Because QZZ, if he's able to keep his position unknown, this play should work out 99% of the time. But if he gives his position away, then it's going to be a little tough. Because if QZZ gets taken out, it's going to be no way out that spot. It's pretty much going to be a gone case for Nova, so they should be down to like a 3-man. But QZZ, he's not going to try and reunite with his teammates. As you can see, Vamp, look at the separation from the side of Vamp too. It's quite risky, but if it does work out, this should pay them quite heavily too.
Vamp right now has a 3-man team and 3 different shacks. This reminds me of a game of Monopoly when you have all of the tiles pretty much covered as your own property. We'll see how long Vamp is able to hold this one down. I mean, edge of the zone still in for some of these teams, so they're not forced to take a shack just yet. Vamp though, I like the greediness, honestly. They're at 3 eliminations already. That's pretty good. You see Swins right here. He's constantly pre-cooking his grenade, ready and waiting for a crash. That's really smart of him to do. Instead of just keeping his gun out and then taking out the grenade when he does get crashed, there's a timing that he might be able to fit in. Next zone is about to pop on out. We have lost a lot of players, but it's just kind of players going out left and right. Nothing big, nothing defined, or no big defining moments, should I say, team engagements. But this one, Necro, this is when it's going to get insanely wild.
Yeah, now things are going to start to spice up a little bit. Circle shifts out in the open. Not a lot of covers to work with. A couple of hay bales and a couple of shacks, as you said. But at this point, all the shacks are taken away, so you'll need to try and adjust with any sort of cover that is available. Nova, too, one of those teams that's going to find themselves a little bit in the struggling shoes right there. 4 pros. Getting a knock on to the players of BTOWN, and that's going to be it from that squad. BTOWN taking out the game. WallStreetBets, though, they're still up, and I feel like they haven't really been talked about a lot. It's because they are trying their best to keep up with the pace, but somewhere down the line, they're struggling quite a lot. But Nova, too, from the back, as I said, they still need to make their mark in the zone, and they're fighting their way through.
Vamp has readjusted their 1-1-1 split to a 1-2 split. They're going to do their best to cover Swins. Here's that grenade. Yeah, it's good. It doesn't get the knock, but it does damage both of them up very hard. And look at the supporting fire. It was actually Rage that got the 2 knocks in. That's a beautifully well done. Swins, though, he's got to take this 1v1.
Oh, no,
he's getting shot from the backside. Oh, he does end up going down. Steve-O also goes down. The covering fire from Vamp, too strong. I wonder if they're going to risk going over there to get that revive, though.
I don't feel like that's worth it, honestly, because Vamp, they're right in the centralized position. They're actually going to go for it. They're gonna go for a send it moment. Mayo is trying to play quite risky, but hey, I guess man number matters quite a lot for them because Rage is there, who has booked a slot for the rest of his team. Right in the center of the zone. Team Panthers, too, they're taking a lot of shots onto themselves. 4 pros trying to make their position a little bit more secure, but that's, for now, it seems like next to impossible because 19 Esports right in the front. Issue is causing a lot of trouble for them. Nova in the compound of XSET. XSET versus Nova. It's a 3-on-3 fight. Let's find out who's going to take this one.
Both teams suffering 1 casualty. It is an even fight positional-wise. Both teams set up in a good spread. However, XSET's a little bit closer to the zone, so they might be able to just do a little bit of gatekeeping. Nova trying to work their way up. J-Way left behind. He's got to remain quiet, but the smoke disappears. He might get caught and found out. J-Way's got to time his grenade perfectly well. No connections there, but you see him sneaking and moving very quietly.
Yeah. XSET now, pretty much they left Jave in the back right there, hoping that maybe Jave's position is not compromised, but now it definitely is. He's taking a lot of shots on the toes, but he finally shuts down the man in the back, and wow, what a drop shot from Jave. He wins that duel right there, and Nova, now the switch has been flipped against them. Jave single-handedly able to change the course of this entire fight. Shifan right in the front. Oh, the only man left alive for Nova. A lot of pressure on this man himself. He's the IGL. So he needs to make some smarter plays happen.
J-Way actually got both of the Nova members up to 3 eliminations. Really well done from J-Way right there. You saw the mechanics out of this team on point. This is the XSET that we've kind of been expecting to see.
Yeah.
They're finally starting to show up a little bit here. We're 3 matches in, and it's not too late. So this is a good start. We'll see if they're able to keep up this momentum for the rest of the match, but the game's not over yet. We still got 6 teams left alive as Vamp is finally taken out by the Panthers. We're down to 12 players, 6 teams.
Look at Shifan. Just staying as quiet as possible for now. He is exposed from the back, and now it's Execute who've got their sights locked onto Shifan. There is a little split between these 2 players. But maybe it'll just work out in their favor. Wow, what a well-cooked nade from Jason. That's going to seal the deal on the Shifan. Nova out the game now in 6th position. 19 Esports are still in the game. The only man left alive right there. Team Panthers 2 with 3 players alive. Barely making it in on the edge of the zone. On the northern side. Execute in the front. XSET slowly and steadily crawling in the zone.
The Panthers with a 3-man team. XSET also with 3. Might see a 3v3 showdown. Execute, though, with 2 with a very good position. They're able to potentially spoil XSET's position as Fate starts calling closer and closer. I don't know how many more grenades he has left, but look at J7, literally right in front of him, but not able to spot him out due to those 2 small little bushes.
This came down to a complete stalemate. All the teams making sure they're trying to buy as much as time as possible. None of them wants to give their position away. They want to play this as sneaky as possible. Team Panthers, they spot out issue. 19 Esports, they're going to wrapping things up in this game of Erangel. Nice nade from the side of Poppy. That's a little bit of undershoot, though. Jason still is going to be safe for now. Team Panthers, they get blessed by the zone, too.
That's going to force XSET into the side of Execute, most likely, which does give the Panthers a very huge advantage should they decide to third-party this. You see J7 already crawling that way, and XSET actually have a vehicle that they're going to utilize. This could be very hit or miss depending on how they use that vehicle. Execute, they know they have to make it in zone also, but they're going to focus on the XSET team first. This is a very smart decision out of the Execute. And what a beautiful nade by Jason.
Wow.
Jason, this guy's extremely phenomenal with the nades. And J7 moving around too much in the grass. Fate spots him out, and XSET down to just 1.
Wow, the snake got spotted out by the Eagle Eye right there. Fate now. Position is revealed, so Fate pretty much will need to try and play this aggressive. But JV, with that perfectly placed nade, is going to shut down the man of Execute. Was talking a little too much, so JV was like, all right, sit down. Jason is still up, though, from the side of Execute. He is going to go for the res. Team Panther somewhere down the line. They do realize how things are looking like here. Jason spots the player out. Poppy's taken down quite low. And Jason now realizes it's going to be pretty much next to impossible to get the res back up on the fallen man.
Ooh, if Jason got that knock, that might have secured enough pressure to go for the revive, but they're going to go for it again. And Polo G gets taken out. Oh no, it was actually just a knocked player out of XSET that never got confirmed. So the Panthers getting that confirmation, getting that elimination points. We're going to be reset to a 3v2v1. J-Way still has a little bit to crawl, I believe, to get into the zone. But Frady with the nice nade onto Fate, so the revive goes through, but knocked once again.
Oh, Team Panthers, yep. They just have so much confidence in this fight. Execute eliminated out the game. JV's position known to has a little too many of players to deal with. And Team Panthers, they're going to take this one this time.
Really good win out of the Panthers. We mentioned them during the league week. We mentioned them a little bit. And this is, I would have to say, Glitter's arch nemesis, that heart symbol. She never can seem to get it right. And with them getting the chicken winner dinner, we're probably going to see Glitter attempt it one more time. But great game for the Panthers. They played in from the north side. They played in slow. They controlled a lot of the open grounds on the north, not by just taking control of the shacks that we saw like the side of Vamps did, but they worked their way in and took over the northern grounds. And of course, they got a beautiful chicken. Taking a look at the round report, Kyoshi up there with the mullet. I can't help but to mention it because Seven keeps talking about his mullet, but J-Way with the highest damage and Moso with the most eliminations. Good job out of Moso.
Dude, finally, I'm happy for XSET. They're actually able to show themselves up this time in the game of Erangel. Now, this is the XSET that we were missing out so far. If they're able to keep the consistency flowing through, even if they weren't able to get the chicken dinner, it's okay. Third place, top 3 with a decent amount of elim points. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, XSET, This is pretty much a comeback, so to say. Not a huge comeback like we saw the ways of like the Knights or Nova, but we're gonna see what they can do in the next 2 games as we head to a very short break.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here. 3 matches in the books. We got 2 more left to go. Before we do that, of course, got to give a big thank you to our sponsors, Monster Energy Drink, our official energy drink sponsor. So let's go ahead and get the people from the desk on back. And those people, of course, being 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Guys, 3 matches in the books. 2 more left to go. Tell me, Glitter.
Do you not see 7? What's happening?
Oh my gosh, I had to look over to the side of my eye. Dude, that's your soul.
Are you disrespecting the Kiyoshi mullet right now? Is that what's going on? As we go to the match ranking here, the Panthers, though, being able to clutch it up, get 25 points. Listen, I told you he was inspiring me, okay? That's what happens when players inspire me, Glitter.
Apparently, you get a whole new do, and you know what? It looks great on you, 7, as we can see how actually pretty evenly spread a lot of these elims are. I mean, 6 on XSET, 5 on Execute, 6 on 19E, huge for 19E, by the way, 6 on HQA, 4 on Nova, 6 on Vamp, also massive for Vamp. So we're seeing that this was a little bit more chaotic than I think any of us would have really planned, especially with the Knights going out that early. I just was not prepared for that, Jukes.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared for that either. Knights, I think they needed a little bit of a break. You know what I'm saying? They needed to cool the back of their necks down after all that heat from those first couple of matches there. So they went out early, but I don't think that's really too worrisome. As we take a look at some of the highlights from that last match. 7, why don't you start off with this one?
What you laughing at over there, huh? Let's go to Lazarus, though. Hey, to be fair, Lazarus put up a great performance that last match. Even though they didn't really get any placement points, they were able to clutch up with at least 5 LN points, which is huge for them. And as I'm going down the list here, Glitter, I mean, XSET is always one of those question mark teams, right? When how they're going to be performing. Are they going to be performing really well? How's Polo going to be performing as well? So far today, they really weren't performing that well, as they were sitting in they were actually sitting in last place of our overall, but that's going to be changing here as we come up onto the next section. And Nova, they put up 8 points total, Glitter. I was expecting these teams that had a pop-off performance in Miramar to have a pop-off performance here in Erangel, but it just didn't happen.
You know, I feel like after the first 2 games, both of our squads, or all 3 of our teams that did really, really well in those first 2 matches, they needed a midday slowdown. A little bit of a reset here, especially now that we're going to be heading into Sanhok as the rest of these highlights continue to play out. Because to be fair, Sanhok is that one map, especially for Nova, that they've really, really struggled on, especially when they were doing those 50-50s on the drop. So there is potential for on the next map, anyone to really come out on top. And when we're seeing teams like Vamp, teams like 19 Esports, who were at the bottom and struggling a little bit, coming up with 6 eliminations on this last match, that's giving them a lot of solid momentum moving forward.
It is, and if you're gonna have teams like Knights going out super early, you might as well take advantage. And I think 19 Esports was able to do just that. I think helping Quit Addiction is starting to find that groove. This is a team where I see a lot of potential, but things aren't just clicking all the way there yet. I think with a little bit more time, helping Quit Addiction might become one of those contender teams. And a team that has actually surprised me with their performance is The Chosen. I mean, they were so hyped up on my boy Sute. I was really expecting them to get it together here so far today. They have not been able to perform. As we go to the top players, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see who was going to be the top player from XSET, and it's actually going to be J-Way putting up the most damage, 782 damage with 3 LMs, but Mozo from the Panthers putting up almost 600 damage. The conversion, the Elim conversion on that is actually wow for Mozo. And then we have Jason from XQ there being able to put up 3 LMs with 545 damage.
Clean kills overall. I mean, I think Glitter, we were saying earlier, hit it, right? Sanhok is that wild card map. Anybody can win on that one. So I think these teams, especially realizing that, said, hey, we got to put some points on the board here. We can't let teams like Knights, we can't let teams like Nova just run away with this one. So let's put some points up, something, and then I guess we'll see what Sanhok draws for us here. A lot of still action here to be played here in a little bit, as we of course take a look here at the Panthers. We saw the Panthers, of course, putting up some good work here. Glitter, why don't you go ahead and tell us about the Panthers?
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like we've been kind of watching the Panthers heat up all day. I mean, they had moments where when we would catch up with them in the previous games where they were looking really, really solid, and now able to pull down their first chicken dinner for this Super Weekend. They did it, though, very efficiently. We keep talking about the conversion, right? And you've got 1,071 damage for 10 eliminations and taking minimal damage. So their positioning was good, and they actually just played that game. Okay, I'm gonna just give me a second.
Yeah, you're not getting away from this.
No, I've been practicing.
Gosh.
I've been practicing. It just wait. I need the dip in the middle. How do I get the dip?
That's so much better.
That's it. She's got it. She's got it.
Let's see, Jukes. Hold on, Jukes. It's your turn now. Let me see them.
Instant.
Why can you do? Okay.
Instantly.
You know
Instantly. Pro PUBG mobile player. The claw, baby. Instant. That's how we do it here. As we go on over to our overall graphic here. Look at this. The Knights, of course, right up on top here. 7, break it down this leaderboard for us.
Yeah, honestly, no surprise to see the Knights there on top with the way they were performing on those first 2 matches. If they would have performed here in that last match as well and then didn't get eliminated so fast, the gap would have been a lot bigger. But hey, I like for them to keep that gap close. Nova Esports, though, has been putting up great performances as well. Currently in 2nd place, the Panthers with that chicken dinner that they just got, that's going to make them look good with that 3rd place. And surprise, surprise, I was talking about them XSET being able to move up to 7th place. As I was mentioning before this match, they were actually sitting at the bottom of that leaderboard with only 4 points. So a huge jump up from that great performance that they just had. And then we go here to the 2nd page, Glitter. I was talking about them, The Chosen, sitting at the bottom with only 7 points, and all of them are just from Ilim.
See, I partially have a problem with that, and I partially don't have a problem with that. You see similar situations happening on Polar Ace and BTOWN, right? 8 elims and 10 elims for BTOWN specifically, with only 2 and 5 placement points. I feel like it's not great, but it's promising, right? If they can continue this level of aggression, because you'll see that they have more elims than the teams above them on this page. So if they can continue that aggression and just figure out a more solid play style for the placement point side of things, then they'll actually be in a really decent spot. But one or the other, both extremes, is not going to be what makes these teams successful, as we get to check out the engagement here between Knights and Lazarus. And speaking of Lazarus too, I was noticing them, they're currently higher on the elim side of things than they are placement points, which is really, really good considering that the placement points was kind of what they were favoring during league play.
I love the confidence that Kiseki showed right there as he was able to get some knocks on Coops. Winning that 1v1 actually is huge considering what Coops has been able to do. And it seems like the Knights just came in super confident from that match in Miramar. They weren't expecting for Lazarus to put up this kind of performance there, being able to defend as Knights were just pushing in, and confidence might have bit them, but hey, I keep it up, Knights. I don't care if you guys end up getting 16th place here in one match, as long as you guys continue to perform like you did in the other 2 matches.
I always say it, right? You got a little bit of an excuse card. You can only get so many punches of that one. Knights, after those performances, I think they get a few more than the others. But of course, we'll see how that's going to play out here in just a little while here. These next games are about to get started here really soon, guys, as we take a look at the schedule here for this map once again. Look at that. Game number 1, the Knights, second Nova, and then 3, the Panthers. Sanhok's coming up. I want your predictions right now. Right now. Ooh. Glitter, I'm going to start with you. Who's winning the Sanhok match?
You know what? I'm going to say Lazarus.
Ooh. Why's that?
Data and information. I mean, because they had the map stats. They just took a very confident fight against the Knights, and they looked fantastic doing it, and they've been one of our top most consistent teams. So
Okay.
Definitely. Well, 7, real quick, last one. Quick.
Nova. Come on, Nova. Bring it back.
Okay.
All right. We got last. We're going to see how they're going to do over here as we say goodbye to our experts. Thank you so much. Throw up the heart. That's how you do it there. 7, Glitter. Appreciate it. As we get on over to this next match about to get started here, let's go ahead and bring in our casters on over. Zute, Necro, Sanhok, Papa Blue King here. But hey, come out to be the king. Oh, sorry. There you go. That's on brand. That's on brand right there, baby. All right. Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and let you guys handle this one. Take it from here, guys. See ya.
All right. Thank you, Hot Jukes. We are finally moving over into Sanhok. We got 2 spicy hot drops coming your way. We got the bootcamp one, of course, between Boring Protocol and XSET, and then 4 Bros and the Nova side out in the southwest area of Sami. Real quick, who are your 2 winners from each of these hot drop fights, Necro?
Okay, I'm going to go with XSET this time in the bootcamp fight. And now, overall, in the Sanhok game, I'm going to go with Knights. Look, come on. I really feel like over here in Sanhok, Knights, they have got this. The way they're playing throughout the day so far, I mean, last time they kind of got gotten rid of early off, but now I feel like moving in forward in the Sanhok, which is way much more faster pace, I feel like Knights, they're gonna be able to do wonders.
I gotta agree with you too, because the Knights, they drop uncontested in Painan. That's a great position to rotate from for the rest of the Sanhok match, just like percentage-wise, a majority of the time. So, real quick though, I want to say, between Nova and 4 Bros and Sami, we haven't seen 4 Bros really do much, and Nova's been looking pretty sharp. But when it comes to the close range, the super close range engagements, we've actually seen Nova lose them every single time. We saw them lose it just now against XSET when J-Wave popped off and got 2 of them. We saw Koops take down almost a 1v3 in that close range fight. And so it's like, when it comes to the very close range engagements, I don't think Nova is in form or in shape yet. So I'm going to throw that one over to 4 Bros. And then as far as bootcamp goes, I think XSET, they're bringing that momentum back. They just had a decent game on that very last one. So I'm going to have to side with XSET as well. So XSET for bootcamp, 4 Bros for Sami, and then overall winners, I think my best bet is definitely with the Knights. So I'm going to agree with you with that one, Necro.
Yeah, I honestly feel like the way Knights have been playing throughout the day, I feel like they have been doing a great job when the action's a bit amped up. And Knights in the map of Sanhok, as you said, they drop in Painan. They pretty much are uncontested. And Painan is one of those places to start things off on a good note. But look at the circle, though. This is going to be a little problematic circle because now the players are going to keep on guessing. Where's the circle going to shift? Is it going to shift top left, top right, or bottom left, or bottom right? It's going to be a difficult choice to make for sure. But as you said, between 4 Bros and Nova, I honestly feel like this time it's going to be Nova who's going to be taking the cake.
All right, I mean, we see the fighting happening in bootcamp already. You see those white lines shooting out like lasers. Fights going back and forth, and Boring Protocol down to just 1 player. XSET with only 1 member knocked, so XSET should be able to get that free reset too. It's going to be a 4v1. Carnage, once again, last one up for Boring Protocol. We almost saw Carnage do a 1v4. Almost. As far as the Sami side goes, though, I think, 4 Bros, you're right. Nova actually has advantage right now. It's a 4v3 situation in Sami. Also, I just want to throw it out there. I'm predicting the Knights is going to take that bridge compound and catch one of the TC players off guard playing split, because the Knights move very fast So I want to see the Knights take center control. Here's the fight in Sami, though. 4v3 situation. Nova with the upper hand.
Yeah, I honestly feel like Noah's going to take the cake this time. 4Bros, they're being really impatient in this fight. As you can see, the player needs to back off and try and reunite with his teammates. As Nova, they're just going to charge in forward. But Nova, too, if they are going to get a little too overeager, 4Bros will make sure they're punishing them. For now, the fights came down to a complete stalemate as QZZ is going to whip out that nade, hoping that maybe that nade's going to connect onto someone or maybe a possible knockout. Did connect, though, but not a lot of damage to take off anyways, as QZZ. He probably hears a lot of footsteps around him, so he should know where the players are positioned.
Chiefon on the rooftop. He's going to be able to get a lot of audio cue information. I don't know if he's able to make that jump, though, to the next one. He finds somewhat of a slim angle there, not able to connect the shots. He's got the DBS in hand, too. And Nova, they want to take this team out as fast as possible so they can continue looting. QZZ, though, dropping over into the open. That's a knock right there. Now we're down to a 3v3 situation. Nova might slow this down to get the revive, but that's going to give somewhat of an advantage over to 4Bros if they wanted to go aggressive. And it looks like 4Bros is going to use that knock to reposition a little bit, but they decide better. They're actually going to use that knock to try and back up some more.
Yeah, mature decision coming through from the side of 4Bros. But on the other hand, though, Nova getting a little too overconfident in that fight. It was punished for a while, though, but unfortunately another player gets caught out, and it's going to be Leon this time from 4Bros. But it's the third party from Vamps in the back. And now that's not going to be a good news because 4Bros, they're completely sandwiched between two teams. Nova, another advantage added onto the list, as now it's a 2-on-4 situation. Rush and Master OP against the entire squad of Nova.
I'm going to say I don't think 4Bros did the VOD review. Because on the very last Sanhok match, when these two teams fought, Nova came out on top, and they thought it was done and over with, and they ran up north to rotate in. And one of the Vamp players camped them out in the League Week. I even prefaced that day saying, maybe Vamp shouldn't have done that, because now these teams are going to know, whoever's done fighting here, they're going to have someone up there camping. But 4Bros Leon got caught out because maybe after they lost the fight, they didn't decide to go back to look at the VOD review footage. And TC knows Carnage here. There's no way they don't know. And Carnage, though, the man, not able to get the second one. I think Carnage rotated down here really quick on a buggy. I caught that on the minimap. So the way TC was clearing this two-man team as a pair, they knew Carnage was there. No big surprise. And here's a little bit of a replay, the tail end of the fight. And yeah, it looks like XSET just got the better end of the fight.
Yeah, they just obliterated Boring Protocol right here. Yeah, they were just not able to win those individual. Yeah, they were just not able to win those individual duels right there. XSET, they're actually able to, you know, execute those drop shots pretty well. We saw that even last time JV did that against Nova. It kind of caught him off guard. And now it's J7 doing the same thing. Before now, it's Knights taking a fight over against Team Chosen. As Knights, they have been looking phenomenal in the overall rankings. On the other hand, Team Chosen, a choice of Zute, which is all the way in the bottom, man.
Hey, doesn't matter. I predicted the Knights would take that bridge compound location, and they take it really fast and catch one of the TC players off guard. That's exactly what happened. It's almost like I know this game, and I used to play competitive myself. The fight, though, between Nova and 4Bros still continuing. 4v2, one knocked from the side of Nova, but they should be okay unless something crazy happens, and there we go. There's the confirmation. There's the finish onto the 4Bros. Now, Nova can loot in peace and grab as many meds as they want.
Yeah, Nova, now they're going to be looking pretty good. Look at Knights, yeah, full control of this position too. Team Chosen, they're just being trapped. Landland so separated out from the rest of the pack, and now Landland probably is going to go for the med strat. That's the best bet. He is just searching all those compounds in the back. He's looking for as many meds as possible to try and heal himself back up. Team Chosen, they're a three-man squad before now. We can just count them as two.
I think this is the first time we got to see XSET rotate out of boot camp successfully without being gate-kept or third-party by a different team. That, of course, does have to do with the fact that they absolutely eliminated boring protocol very quickly, so they will be able to take the hill before Mezexis comes up here. But we'll wait and see where the zone shifts, because if it shifts further to the west, XSET still have a lot of troubles ahead if they want to cross this deadly trifecta bridge compound area.
Yeah. Mezexis, though. One of those teams that like to take things a little slow at the start. Let the dice roll. And then later on take some actions. Sometimes does work out pretty well, but sometimes kind of bites them in the back too. But XSET, after winning that first fight against boring protocol, they're definitely going to be looking really good. The confidence is going to be on cloud 9. So Mezexis, you better watch out from XSET.
I'm taking a look at the overalls just to see how boring protocol is doing. They came into this match at 11th place with only 15 points. So boring protocol was pretty much, I would have to say, absolutely carried by Spec during the league week. We saw some amazing performances out of Spec in particular. Coming into the Super Weekend, I don't think we've mentioned Spec's name once yet coming into the Super Weekend, and that's not too surprising seeing as how boring protocol is definitely struggling. XSET came into this match at 7th place overall with 22 points. So XSET definitely feeling a bit more comfortable, especially after winning that boot camp fight. We still have more boot camps to go in the coming days of the Super Weekend, and I don't think any of these teams are going to be backing down from their hot drops. All the meanwhile, the Knights just absolutely get to chill, uncontested in Painan, and the circle goes up north. We might see that northwestern circle ending. Yeah, and Lazarus, they only have 3. But if they're able to hold that top hill position down and the zone keeps going there, this could be Lazarus' game to throw themselves up into the top 3 as well.
I mean, Lazarus is Glitter's pick, so ooh, it's going to be a spicy one for sure. But if they screw this one up, it's going to hurt them big time. Because this is the second last game of the day. And so far, they haven't really been doing as great as we expected, but okay-ish. But overall, HQA, though, doing pretty decent in the overall rankings. They're quite close on the left island, and they're going to make sure no one's going to be swimming across on their side. So I also do like how the way they're playing. They're just going to camp the edges of the island, make sure no one's going to cross over. BTOWN over here. Shifan right in the front. Nova. They're quite separated out in BTOWN. Oh, they're just looking for an opportunity to strike.
This is very curious. I'm pretty sure Shifan's not taking a swim because he wants to. But, oh. Maybe he was taking a swim because he just wanted to. I thought he was in the water because he was shot at. So he was trying to hide in the water. But this is very obvious that Shifan has no idea.
Yeah.
BTOWN. I like this out of BTOWN too, by the way. So BTOWN was looting Camp Charlie. If they wanted to rotate into the circle, they would have gone further north. But instead, they head west towards the Nova side because BTOWN is also trying to implement a heal strategy. And what better way to get your medkits than from picking them up from the other team that's also picking up medkits?
Exactly.
So really interesting strategies out of these teams. I love the development of the teams and their approach to the game, especially on a tricky map like Sanhok. Knights will rotate up north into the now emptied position that HQA was just earlier. And now the Knights, once again, setting a very strong position in the center of the zone.
I mean, now this shows that BTOWN have done their homework. Perfectly caught the player Shifan right there. Unfortunately, was just completely oblivious, did not expect the team to be there that late in the blue. But yeah, the rest of the Nova squad, they're still trying to capitalize onto it. I can see it on the map. They're not going to back out from that fight. They want revenge. But on the other hand, Vamp and Knights, look at the Knights. Completely chilling on the other hand of the island, they got nothing to worry about. They're just going to try and make sure they're able to hold this compound for as long as possible.
This compound is such a good key position, especially in a zone like this. No matter where the circle goes, they have options to fight their way in, and the fights aren't too disadvantaged for them either, especially given the fact that they're the Knights. Their teamwork, their synergy is just on point. So we'll see where the zone shifts right here. Do have two teams right on top of each other, actually. Polar Ace, and I believe that might be the team of the Panthers on that southeastern side. Yeah, fights going on right now. We see that grave symbol pop up. I do think one of the Polar Ace players did get taken out.
HQA, 2-2 split pretty well. But look at the other circle shift too. Oh, the problems are just going to keep on stacking up on top of each other. So Knights, overall, they're going to have a tough time again. Now, the right side of the island is pretty much covered more in the next zone. So I feel like the next circle shift might just be there, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now. It's Team Panthers. I think so they just got rid of Polar Ace.
Yeah, they'll be able to get a reset onto two of their players as well and keep 3 up. Panthers coming off hot from their last recent chicken dinner in the game we just played previously. So they're trying to keep that momentum going. But as far as the circle shift goes, this one's very unexpected. Every time we see a circle like we did previous, it has always kind of migrated over to the northwestern island. I can't recall seeing an eastern shift from that zone too often, so we'll have to see what the Knights do. But the Knights actually looking to like they want to take a crossing, and that's going to force them into HQA. They should be aware HQA's position just simply through VOD review, but we'll see how this one plays out, as the fight should be starting very soon between HQA and the Knights.
Oh, look at that. Knights closing in. Knights do realize the earlier they take the control, the better it gets. Shivank, there we go. The first man's taken out. The opening's found too. Knights, now they're going to be a little bit more confident in this fight. As you can see, Sanhok is all the way in the back trying to provide that cover fire as Kingpick in the front. He's gathering all the attention, but he's also taking a lot of damage doing so. He's down quite low, but he gets the trade too. Knights, they're just doing such a great job in this fight, but HQA, now they're just down to that one last man alive. Sub-Pig all the way in the back in that little shack. Chico's taken down, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal for Knights to get the rest back up on the fallen man.
This is what happens when you just have 4 players that are just simply better than the 4 individual players of another team. And not just another team. I would say, pound for pound, player for player, the Knights team is individually just better than the entire lobby. Like, if you want to compare straight up, like, if you take a look at that fight, not only did they knock one Overwatch player, which usually does not happen in a fight, they almost knocked both at the same time. The player skill level out of the Knights is just at another level. I mean, of course, this is the North America PMPL, right? As we take a look at the Panthers finishing out Polar Ace. This is just PMPL North America. This Knights team was a team that was supposed to be representing North America in the global grand finals. So we'll see later down the line how the Knights players stack up when the competition increases ever so more. But for now, I mean, they are making this lobby look like a piece of cake.
Yeah, they're just proving them unparalleled. Knights, you put that really well. A piece of cake for Knights for sure. But now troubles might just start knocking Knights' door. Now over here, Knights, if they do want to cross over, what they can do is try and keep one player all the way in the back, making sure he's watching the backs of the player while they rest 3, try and swim across. But again, there is going to be a lot of threat lingering around doing so too. So overall, Knights, they found themselves in quite a tricky spot. I do want to see now how they're going to be playing this one out, because the circle shifts right on the top of XSET. They are being graced by the zone. Mezexis too, they're going to be happy. WallStreetBets we do see on the top. They're going to try and close in inside the circle.
The Panthers making a nice rotation right there, finding that small compound outside of boot camp. XSET holding a 4-way formation right now, trying to space out as many teams as possible. I don't think any other teams are going to commit into boot camp just yet. We'll have to wait until see where the next circle goes. As you see the fight between Nova and BTOWN. So they did continue to do their engagement, and it looks like the Nova team did get taken out. Here's the rematch, or the replay. And BTOWN coming out ahead. So BTOWN will get the meds of not just the Nova team, but the meds from Camp Charlie as well. Might see them med up all the way to a potential top 3 finish.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Nova for sure. But Knights though, look at them. Looking so good up till now. They're able to cross over too safely. One player's able to do so far. But XSET, there's just big chilling. They haven't left boot camp so far. It is their home ground for sure, so they don't need to leave it up till now just yet. But Knights, they found themselves footing on the land on the other side. Vamp, they're taking quite a lot of shots too. One of the players from Knights being already taken out. They're going against BTOWN, who tried to make a really late rotation inside the zone. Before now, it seems like it didn't really work out, but it's okay. They have Jimmy all the way back in the wall of death doing the med strat.
Problem for Vamp, though, is that they let out some shots, so now the Knights definitely know.
Oh, he stole the kill.
Man, oh, Xenox actually spots Mayo and vice versa. The Knights playing this really well. They're keeping one player back on the main island to provide that cover in case Knights players need it, but the rest of the Knights are already across the zone. And the next circle shift, we're actually heading up north to where the Knights are.
That flick was nasty. And it's Coops too doing it again.
Yeah, that's
gonna hurt,
you, man.
Yeah, that's
different.
gonna
He's
hurt.
also got the MG3. Coops is gonna come into this game with 3 players or 3 of his teammates with the MG3. We called it at the beginning of the game. It's a high chance, or not a high chance that the Knights will win this match, but we both picked the Knights, and this is looking like a potential Knights victory.
Swins. Slowly and steadily moving on forward. The final man left alive for Vamp. Doesn't have a lot of meds to go for a heal strat, so he will need to try and make it inside the zone as quickly as possible. Knights, though, they're going to make sure they're gatekeeping him. Tensa probably hears him, but oh no, Tensa, he does not check his back. He doesn't hear him somehow. And Swins is going to capitalize on top of it. Tensa taken out, but it shouldn't be a confirmation just yet. Because all the players of Knights, they're still up. Oh, he's still alive, though. 40 HP left on him. But he's taken out slowly and steadily. Coops, though, he's got the Overwatch angle, and he's going to take him out mid-air.
Oh, at the same time, though, Joey from the island, the small island that's still in zone, gets a player knock on to the Knights. The Knights won't be pressured. And you see Tensa, or Coops, carrying Tensa on his back. I actually love that new addition feature. If it was not for that new feature of being able to carry knock teammates,
yeah,
Tensa would have most likely bled out to that play zone. So the Knights will remain up with 4 strong, and the next zone does shift down right on top of the Knights and also right on top of XSET. Except XSET's going to have some contestants at the warehouse, I imagine, while the Knights could kind of just chill on their way into this next zone.
Man, Knights, they're just so good. It's like they're just well familiar with every single mechanic of the game, and they're using it to perfection too. Coops, though. Now, Knights still need to make it inside the zone. XSET is going to be one of those teams that will try and pressure onto them. Lazarus, unfortunately, they were quite exposed. It was really tough for them to make it on the other side, so they will get eliminated. Panthers right here, they spot out a couple of players of XSET in the front, but XSET, do they know that Panthers is right over here behind this little edge?
XSET trying to hold down the warehouses. Doesn't look like they'll get contested too hard. Might just only be the Panthers as fights are raining out everywhere. Mezexis.
What?
Oh man, Coops with that MG3, and just like that, Mezexis from the crossfire of himself and I think the XSET team, Mezexis get instantly obliterated.
Dude, Coops is just a monster, devouring every single team that's popping up in front of him. He's looking unstoppable with that MG3. Someone please stop this man if he's not able to do so. Coops is going to eat the lobby alive. Yeah, Knights right here. Oh, they spot out the final man. Oh, Draco, what's going on? They're just sniffing these players out. Now it's 3 teams alive. One of those teams is probably going for a Met strat in the blue zone, but it's pretty much top 2 teams. It's going to be XSET versus Knights. Both the teams have all their 4 players alive, but XSET overall, they have the edge in this fight, but it doesn't matter. Knights, they just have the raw mechanics.
I think the Knights do have some cover on the edge of that zone. Not as much as the XSET team does.
Oh my god, what?
The grenades. The Knights are just on point with everything. There is another angle though. You see Jayway, he's on top of the boxes. He could potentially peek out over the top once the Knights have to push down. But oh my god.
You gotta be kidding me. They make the
That's a mistake
again? Yeah.
Yeah. They went for the revive in the same location where the player was knocked. That is a rookie mistake, and the Knights deserve this win. XSET don't deserve to win this one with a mistake like that. Sorry, I'm gonna have to call it that way, but 2 of the Knights are down, 2v1, and actually XSET with the 1v2 at the very end. Maybe it's my cast to curse. I think I cursed that. I said the Knights got that. It was a 4v2. I didn't catch how the other 2 players of the Knights went down, but it was a 4v2 after that second grenade. 2 of them knocked down, and then kill switch with the 1v2 with the drop shot. You said it, Necro. XSET's drop shots have been on point. There's something else, and they pull it off against the Knights too.
I mean, I don't know. It's just the timing on those drop shots, right? Whenever the fight is engaged, and there's just this sweet little timing they're able to find on those drop shots that's just catching these players off guard. And in the end, XSET able to outmaneuver Knights in the end, but I still feel like a lot of rookie mistakes were being made from the side of XSET. As you said, I mean, Knights should have won that, but unfortunately, it's just that Knights got a little too overconfident. I feel like in the end, they got a little too aggressive. They tried to push inside, but then I mean, I feel like they didn't even have any other choice because they knew this is the time to capitalize. They tried to do so, but it's just that 1v2 that's just caught him off guard.
Well, Knights might have not gotten the chicken, but I think this is their second game where they've gotten second place, and they already got a chicken in the very first game. So the Knights are looking strong, and hey, XSET, game 3, great game. Game 4, even better, they get the chicken. Maybe it's XSET is back to play, but we got 1 more game left. We're gonna head to a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
But I've been in the field like Suge Knight, and they know this what a legacy look like.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
Oh man, what are we gonna say about that last one? I can't lie, that was hilarious to watch. I mean, it was just pure confusion at the end. I think we all thought Knights had that one in the bag, but kill switch. I mean, this is what I think I've been seeing the whole day today, is if you underestimate one of these players, just get a little slightly too overconfident, it can completely turn around on you. Guys, Glitter, 7. Well, what do you think about that last one, huh? What do you think? What words do you have to say? Start with you, 7.
Listen.
Go for it, Glitter.
I'm taking over.
Yeah, take it over. Go for it.
I know that we're all saying that we're shocked that Knights didn't win that final fight, but to be fair, we have to put some respect on XSET's name, okay? The defending champs, they were the defending champs for a reason, and even if they've had a little bit slower start to this season so far, we've still seen so many phenomenal performances out of there, and that is reflected right now in this match ranking. 12 elim points apiece for the top 2 squads, 7, and the similarities that we're seeing at the teams that are constantly at the top is something we love to see.
It is, and that's what I was mentioning about Knights' performance in that previous match. I wasn't too mad about it that they were playing with that kind of confidence, that it pretty much backfire on them because of what we've been able to see them do. I mean, for them to get 12 elims there. And then if we look at everybody else, like nobody else was able to get over 6 elims. So it is being top heavy, but I feel like Glitter, with it being so top heavy, it's kind of giving a chance for some of the other teams to perform. I mean, if you look at WallStreetBets, they might have not gotten the most elims, but they were able to secure those placement points. The Panthers too. We usually look at teams when they get chicken dinners. They really don't perform that well, at least from what we've seen here in A on the next match. But for the Panthers to be able to collect for themselves at least 10 points, I feel like that's huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, what's also kind of surprising is some of those teams that we did see down there at the bottom, and I'm specifically talking about Boring Protocol because I feel like they're not showing up in the way that I had hoped that they would. We saw some stellar performances out of Boring Protocol during the week for the league play portion of this heading into the Super Weekend, and I had thought that they kind of felt like they were picking it up a little bit, and I was looking forward to seeing that steamrolling kind of continuing, and I feel like they've been really, really quiet today.
You really have, and then when we look at BTOWN, I mean, I think BTOWN has been quite of a surprise. They actually ended up beating Nova, and we're talking about Nova, Glitter. I had picked it because I wanted to see what that team was going to be able to do in regards to the hot drop that they usually do with 4 bros on Shami, and they ended up winning the hot drop, and they didn't end up losing any players. That was the main thing for me. I want to see what kind of hot drop they were going to have, and then talking about hot drops, then you go over to Boring Protocol, which, I mean, they're going to continue hot dropping on bootcamp. At what point are these two teams going to be like, okay, you know what, let's just give up on this hot drop, it's not going to be working? And I actually don't see an end to it, Hot Jukes. I don't see an end to it. I think these teams might continue to do it even up until the second week.
I don't even know at this point. If I were Boring Protocol, I think it's time to change it up. I mean, you haven't had enough matches do well enough today for you to continue a strategy like that. I think it's time to say, hey, you know what? All right, you guys got the better of us, especially in this first week. I mean, this is Super Weekend. This is where all the points really count. And unfortunately for Boring Protocol, they weren't able to put up those big points here. So I would say for them to go and change it, but then again, Seven, we're talking about carnage, bro, right?
Yep.
We're talking about carnage. That if there was any player more headstrong, like as you can see, like that rock that Xenox is right behind, right? That's Carnage's head right there when it comes to making sure that he can win that bootcamp play. So he's gonna have to try to do that. But man, at the end of the day, this play here, this is where it all. This was
kill switch. That was filthy. And yes, Glitter. Wow, look how top heavy that is. 2k damage for Knights with 12 elims. Exit as well. You know what? I'm gonna give it to you guys. 2k damage for Exit as well with 12 elims. I am happy though. Yeah, you heard me mention it with Nova. I'm happy to see Nova here towards the top in regards to damage because they were finally able to survive that hot drop, Glitter.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't give it up so easily, the fact that they were willing to kind of have quite a few losses on it in order to learn from those mistakes, that's going to be huge for Nova in the long run because that's going to really nail down their position overall as we get to see the top 5 numbers right now for damage and elims with our squads that are sitting at the top of the leaderboard. I feel like there's just a small disparity here, Jukes. Just a little bit of a gap between first and second place.
Oh my God. I mean, you're talking about, what is that? 15 points from first and second, and then from second to fifth, 9? That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. The Knights have just gone nuts. It was just so crazy. Just watching even Coops in that last match. You have other players that just have such a huge advantage, and if you just give that dude even 1 second, it's over. Like, you're gonna take it out. So how about this? Why don't we do a little fun one here? We'll do a math question. Coops plus MG3. All right, Glitter? I want you to answer this at the same time, okay? Ready? All right, what's the answer to that question? Coops plus MG3 in 3, 2, 1.
MVP.
It rhymes. It rhymes. That's on brand. That's on brand right there. As we go over, let's go ahead and take a look at the Knights player stats here. And oh man, yeah. Speaking of MVP, Coops, 3,000 plus damage. Glitter, tell us about it.
Okay, yes, Coops, alone has more damage than teams can dream up of on a single map, and that is just incredibly impressive. 18 elims, 15 knockouts, but I really wanted to see this because we have been seeing some stellar performances coming out of Xenox as well. The fact that we've got almost 2,400 damage and 11 and 11 elims and knockouts, and we've talked about how Coops and Xenox are just this tag team duo that if you've got the two of them working together, that it's even scarier than just the solo Coops alone. And we've seen that now in multiple end zones for the Knights with the tag team nades, or one's gonna lay down some cover fire while the other one pushes up. The teamwork with those two, and then you combine that with the rest of Knights pulling their weight 7. There is not a single player that's slacking.
Yeah, you mentioned it perfectly. There's no players that are slacking there, and I was looking at that flyover and that replay, and XSET got super blessed that one of the first players that got knocked from the Knights was actually Coops. As we go here to the XSET stats, and this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see my boy Kill Switch absolutely destroying it. You see him being able to put up there 1,500 damage, 7 eliminations, and if we go down, the reason why I'm so happy is because now we're starting to see other players from XSET here starting to perform. You heard me talk about it during league play, saying when Polo performs, XSET tends to perform. When Polo doesn't perform, XSET tends to become a ghost. And right now, that's not happening, as Polo currently, in regards to the stats, I mean, those are great stats, don't get me wrong, but he's currently not with the best stats of the team in regards to damage. You have J7 there putting up some great damage, and J-Way, I mean, we saw him being able to perform earlier in the day as well, being able to clutch up. This is what I love to see, XSET. I love seeing players being able to step it up and not depending so much on just one player, just like with Knights. I mean, Knights, everybody's starting to step it up.
Oh, this they are, as we look over at the Coops versus Kill Switch graphic right here. Oh man, is it lopsided one way? Coops just dominating overall, but Kill Switch still getting it done there at the end. Is that right, Glitter?
I feel like at this point, no matter who we compare to Coops, unless it's literally Xenox, it's almost unfair. Because, or maybe QZ on a good day, but even QZ's been struggling today. And Koi's numbers were who we put up against Coops, right? Like you were saying, Seven, these are solid numbers coming out of Kill Switch. And this is a player you want on your team. But then Coops is just in another league, and I don't even know, like, we can possibly talk about him enough because we do it all the time, and a lot of times the stats don't even feel real, but he repeats them season in, season out, game in, game out, so there's no questioning his ability.
Here's the fun stat for you guys. If Coops was by himself right now, with just 11 points, by the way, he would be placing in 12th place. He would be above.
Are you serious?
5 teams. Wait, let me check that. Yeah, actually, he would be tying BTOWN Esports. He would actually be above Boring Protocol, Polar Ace, The Chosen, 4Bros. Just on 11 points. That is the performance this man is having, and this is what I love to see. I love to see when players are able to carry a good season, like Coops had an amazing season last year, and now there's no slowing down. I actually feel like he has gotten a lot better, which is great for his teammates too, and he's gonna just keep on raising that ceiling for NA. And at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I am a big NA fanboy, and I can speak for both of them too. We're all big NA fanboys, and we want to see NA just starting to get better, and better.
Absolutely, and the way that's going to happen is that other teams really start stepping it up, and hopefully we can start to see that happening here in this last match that we're about to see. Glitter, Seven, thank you so much here for that great analysis right here. Best of the best in the business as we get this next and last match here for the day about to start. Let's go ahead and pull in our casters. Zute, Necro. Whoo, we're about to get started here, guys. Take it away.
Well, this is it. We're finally coming to the end of the day, the 5th and final match back on Erangel, and it's going quite expected, like how we thought it would. Knights stepping up huge, Lazarus putting up a show, XSET finally showing signs of life. It's honestly, I couldn't have imagined a better day number 1, but as far as the Knights performance goes, like still, every time I see how well they do, it surprises me, but at the same time, it doesn't.
I mean, hey, I knew this, okay? I knew this. Coming inside Super Weekend, Knights is just going to be a completely different beast, and that's what exactly happened. I stuck to Knights throughout the start, and I'm so proud of my decision. Okay, I'm just going to stop at that. But yeah, moving on forward, though, there's a lot much more other teams to focus on. XSET, though, as Glitter said, we can't really count them out. They are the defending champions right here, and they are certainly showing little glimpses so far of greatness. Not glimpses. They're actually able to do really good, too. Previous game, pretty much proven themselves parallel towards Knight with those elim points and with those damage numbers as well. XSET, they have been doing phenomenal.
XSET is slowly getting back on the right track. Good chicken dinner from the last game. Let's see how they do it on this last game of Erangel. We still got 2 more days, by the way, for the Super Weekend, so the action's not done yet. And in those next 2 days, we might even see some other teams start stepping up, similar to how we saw in the league days, right? On the league days, day 1, it was pretty much like 1 or 2 teams dominating. I think it was between Lazarus and Nova. Day 2, I mean, the Knights didn't even show up on day 1 and 2, really. They really only showed up on day 3. So we might see something similar heading into the next 2 days. But before we get there, we still got this last match to play, and the playing path looking very good for all of these teams to drop to wherever they want to drop.
Ooh, yeah, it is looking really good for sure. For the teams that do want to drop to a George Pool, they're going to have a little struggle, but it's okay. Shouldn't really be that big of a deal for them to try and find those weakles and move around. But as you said, man, Boring Protocols, one of those teams that has been struggling throughout the day, Zoo. You want to shed some light on that?
I think it really just comes down to spec. Because when Boring Protocol did well, a lot of it was done on the backs of spec.
True.
And I don't want to say it comes down to spec as in like they're the reason they're not doing well. What I mean to say is Boring Protocol relied a lot on spec during the league days to put up the performance they did, and you just simply can't rely on a singular player so heavily, you know, for consistency's sake, right? One player can only do so much. It takes a team to really shine, and yeah, we talk about Coops all the time. He's not solo carrying the Knights by any means. We see each player of the Knights able to step up when needed.
Facts.
So when Coops really has to step up and he's the last one up or he has the spotlight on him, he can pop off. But that's the same that goes for each player of the Knights. However, for Boring Protocol, we are just not simply seeing that, as we're getting into a very early engagement between the TC team and WallStreetBets.
Oh, so what you're basically trying to say here is that spec is always one of those, man, that is kind of like a Kickstarter for Boring Protocols. And they can't just always rely on that Kickstarter, you know, to build the momentum. Which I feel like you're absolutely right. The way spec played in those league play days was really phenomenal. But now in Super Weekend, spec just seems invisible. His performance isn't really as well as we compared back in the day in the league plays. Before now, I'm going to hold on to my words as the Chosen. They're going to charge in forward against WallStreetBets. WallStreetBets, though, they're keeping their secret aura around. They're not really revealing their positions. They're letting Team Chosen flow through. But this nade might just catch him off guard. Landland is going to try to lob this nade outside, but no, instead it's going to change his decision at the last second. But look at their trigger discipline. These players are showing Draco. He still hasn't revealed his position. Landland is moving so freely. And the up this is going to cost him his life, and that's what exactly happened. Draco finally strikes in like a venomous snake.
Timing that really well, and that's going to time the push by 24K too, but 24K not able to get that second knock. Opa will manage to get around the doorway. Landland is confirmed. I think it's a 1-for-1 right now. Both teams confirming an elimination for themselves. 3v3 situation, except WallStreetBets has one player up on the hill providing some covering fire, and Drago, though, steps up huge once again and gets Opa. Gaja gets the trade, switches to shotgun, not able to put that one out. Now it's a 1v1 inside the house, and the double pump by 24K. Coming in huge, and that is TC eliminated very early in the final game of the day with only 1 elimination point.
Oh, he just puts him 6 feet under with that double barrel shotgun right there. But yeah, overall, the trigger discipline right there, that's the game winning. That's the fight winning trigger discipline. Execute here though. Seems like they're kind of paranoid about certain squads around them, and it's BTOWN. They're not trying to take any chances against them because BTOWN, they've been doing pretty good too. BR3R, the pop-off man for this squad. If you give this man a little room to breathe, he is going to try and take your players down. So you got to make sure you're not making any mistakes against this guy.
Yeah, it seems like BR3R is definitely the playmaker for the team. Anything, something crazy happens with BTOWN, BR3R always has his hands involved. And Execute, you said they're paranoid. You could definitely tell how paranoid they are. They're jumping around, trying to spot anything, try to bait something out. BR3R just a complete menace, hiding in the lurking wings. Looks like Execute's gonna try and make a quick rotation out of here to continue looting elsewhere. They'll manage to make it out. No real exchanges there. So right now, we only had one fight so far. TC is out. WallStreetBets down to 3 players, but they do get 4 elimination points. And the circle, we didn't even talk about it because the circle is so normal that there's almost nothing to talk about. It's like the entirety of Erangel is in zone right now.
Oh yeah, it is. It's pretty standard circle too, so all the teams are well familiar with this one. They shouldn't have that tough of a time to try and navigate their way through. They've played this circle 1,000 times. They know how to rotate. So yeah, for now, at least in the first circle, I'm not really expecting a lot of engagements. All the teams should find themselves a safe route, but again, boring protocols. This final game means quite a lot for them, and if they're not able to deliver even on the final game, imagine the amount of pressure they're going to have on the second day. I mean, I understand it's just the week 1, but still, hey, if you're not going to be able to kick things off well on the week 1, week 2 and week 3 might just be a little tough on you.
I'm not concerned at all for boring protocol to make top 16 after the Super Weekends to make the finals, right? But my biggest concern is this boring protocol team should be doing a lot better.
Yeah.
I feel like at worst, they should be like maybe top 7, top 8, like at worst. But right now, let me take a look at the scores. Boring Protocol is actually sitting in 13th place overall. And so, I mean, you have players like Spec, Acer, Carnage, Sam L, who has been playing for 4 years now. I actually went to Dubai on the very first PUBG Mobile Championship. It was called the PMSC, the Star Challenge, and they held it in Dubai. And I remember Carnage, Sam, they were both there. They were both playing over there. So it's like these players are so veteran that like you can't struggle even if it's only been a single day, because it just goes to show there's so much lacking still on the team. And I am being quite critical, but I don't know, man. When you've been a team together for this long and if you've been playing the game for this long and you're still having inconsistency issues, that's just not a good sign.
Yeah. It's pretty much like we expect better out of these veterans, right? Makes a lot of sense, too. As you just said, they've been playing since a long time. We expect greatness, but nothing else out of these players. But so far, the struggle's being seen. Now, again, there might just be another factor, Zoo, where we've seen, you know, in week 1, there have been a couple of moments where some of the teams, they don't really perform in the week 1, but then in week 2 and week 3, they just absolutely slam it. And there's been times where I've seen teams do that in the SA region too. So you never know, man. Look, maybe boring protocols, they're just trying to test the waters in week 1 of the Super Weekend. Maybe in week 2, week 3, they'll just start to smash it. But hey, we're just still too early to judge. There's still 2 more days to go.
Fair enough, fair enough. There is still 2 more days. Boring Protocol did do well in the league week, so they do show that they have what it takes. So only time will tell. Circle 1 about to shift into Circle 2. We see the Nova team doing another one of those huge first circle splits. Hopefully we'll be able to bring up the mini-map. Yeah, 1 player north of Pachinki, 1 player on the edge of Pachinki, and 2 players south of Pachinki. Just really wanting to get every single option possible on that circle shift. And they're literally the only team that plays like this. Playing extremely split up, super confident in their skills, like individual skills to do scouting for themselves. And with that next circle shift, kind of the question mark, where is Nova going to decide to go here?
Yeah, they're still quite indecisive here. Separated out from each other. Don't exactly know how they're going to work this out, but I mean, the circle is quite interesting too, right? Because it's still keeping these players guessing where the next circle potentially might just go towards. Because I personally feel like Knights, they're in a prime spot right now. They also have the high ground to work with. And it's going to be really tough because the amount of visual info Knights are going to be having, that's going to be insane.
The Knights playstyle completely opposite of Nova. I actually had a chance to speak to Tensa right before Ghost disbanded, and so Ghost Gaming used to always take Pachinki, and they played a very center-heavy strategy. And I remember Tensa asked me, like, Zoo, do you think this is the correct strategy, the right way to play the game? And I told him, I was always a fan of the teams that control the off-center edge locations, because you get to have more spacing for yourselves, you don't get surrounded, and then you're able to adjust better on those hard circle shifts. And that's exactly what the Knights are doing. They rotate in from Yasnaya, not from the center of the map. They don't care so much to have the center of the map control, not on a map like Erangel. If you take a look at their positioning, they're off-center in a strong position, so they keep a lot of their options open. So this Knights team adapting very well to the ever-changing meta that is, you know, PUBG Mobile. And Nova, I'm not going to say the center strat doesn't work, because center strat does have its perks as well, but it also comes with its own difficulties that Nova have to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, everything comes with their pros and cons, right? But I like the point that you mentioned right there about off-center. Now, if you're pretty much going to be in center, you're going to be surrounded by a lot of teams. That means you're going to be paranoid pretty much all the times, and you will also need to make sure you're not even making single mistake in holding that position down. You need to make sure you're not even exposing yourself even for a split second, because you're probably going to be catching a lot of bullets onto yourself. On the other hand, off-center, though, as you said, you pretty much get a lot of breathing space. You can move around quite a lot. And Knights, they're exactly doing so. Look at this. On the hilltop, they're just jumping around, looking around, trying to gather as much as info as possible. They have nothing to worry about so far.
Yeah, they're just chilling. The biggest problem with playing center is when that zone hard shifts off of you, you're basically at the whim of the team surrounding you to rotate out first, so you can't make the first move. You can't do what your plan is because other teams are factoring in. Off center, though, you pretty much have a plan devised for any type of hard shift, and you have much more room to work with. And as you can see from the Knights, if you only have one other team to deal with, they'll just take a fight with them, and they'll probably win, because the Knights' synergy and just gun skill at a different level. As Polar Ace, looking like they're coming into 19 Esports, and the shots are raining out early, but they're going to commit to this fight.
Yeah, Polar Ace, they haven't really taken a lot of damage so far. So they are going to commit to this compound. They've actually gotten a decent amount of control, but oh, they straight up walk into that nade. Trey goes down, and now Chronix also a little hurt, but it's okay. The rest should be there. Another nade to chip out a lot of damage. Kiyoshi is taken down quite low, and this nade might just be able to find the knock. It should be able to find the knock, and yes, it does. Oh, the res also canceled at the same time. 19 Esports, they flipped the switch in this fight. As Polar Ace, now they're crippled big time. They're handicapped. And look at this, 19 Esports, the way they're playing this is phenomenal.
What a good defense by 19 Esports. Cleanest elimination yet, or team wipe yet. I don't think 19 Esports took a lick of damage.
Yeah, they did.
Ace just completely botching that push. They were stacked on top of each other a little bit too close. Next circle did shift out, by the way. We are centered right onto Pachinki, and Nova has indeed taken the center of the map on the eastern edge of Pachinki, and Boring Protocol also chilling inside Pachinki.
Oh, look at Knights, though. Ooh, having the control over Potato Hill. I also like how Xenox is playing there. He's secured that little houses in the front for his team. And the rest of the players are going to move in pretty much late because they know they have the high ground and also the edge of the zone. But I'm going to hold on to my words for now because we did see a skull-cracking shot with the Kar 98. And then another knockout to pretty much reply from the side of 19 Esports with a grenade. So Vamp 2. Trades for now are pretty much equal. As it's a 3-on-3 situation, Vamp as well will need to try and get the fallen man back up. But 19 Esports issue, he's quite pushed up. Ooh, that was a close one.
Extremely close one. 1-for-1 knock trade, except 19 Esports will get their revive quicker than the side of Vamp. Vamp struggling right now to try and readjust to this aggression out in 19 Esports. 19 Esports looking better and better in this fight. as they're getting multiple angles and sandwiching in the side of Vamp.
Yeah, look at the spread too. I mean, the spread will have its pros and cons, but for now, Vamp, they're struggling quite a lot. Their mentality isn't really in the right place to fight this. As you can see, Mayo 2 rotating now. Vamp, they're going to start to clutter up. And as soon as that happens, 19 Esports positioning, it's going to be perfection because they have a couple of players in the back to make sure none of the Vamp players are overextending themselves. But Lazarus too, I see them on the back of the hill. They might just third party this.
Isaki or Kiseki right now trying to go for a solo third party, which is absolutely fine. When you have two teams locked in an engagement, you don't need an entire team to third party. Just one player is enough. So Lazarus controlling that northeastern side of the map. But it seems like Vamp is going to have a successful disengagement from 19E. Almost maybe a missed opportunity out of 19 Esports, but they don't mind because they already picked up 4 points onto Polar Ace. So they're okay with Vamp trying to run away. And we're already heading into the next circle shift. Will it center onto Pachinki? It goes a little bit south of Pachinki, but this zone in particular, we're in for one wild ending.
Oh, we are. This is going to be really spicy too. Look at boring protocols. I mean, you talked about this. The circle kind of shifted away from them, and they are being trapped too because look at this. On the left is boring. It's pretty much BTOWN, and then on the right, it's Nova. How are they going to move out from this? It's going to be tough. Boring protocol will need to try and waste a lot of time here and hope that the teams on the left and right, they pretty much start engaging in a fight and they start taking a lot of damage, and that's when maybe boring protocol will try and convert those hurt players into some knocks and maybe potentially some elim points. But yeah, you do see BTOWN taking a lot of shots. 2 players have already taken down. So boring protocol, that's good news for them.
They will be able to pick up some elimination points and hopefully keep that side of the circle clear for themselves. BTOWN down to 2. BTOWN, the playing team that could put up a fight even with
Carnage,
just 2
oh
members.
my god.
Carnage with a beautiful nade. There we go. Doesn't even have to look. Knows where to throw it. Sprays the smoke for some extra added security just in case there's a team member or enemy player hiding down in there. Nova holding down the eastern side of Pachinki. The Panthers trying to take this watchtower right next to the Execute team. Execute doing a 4-man split at each house. They will probably have to end up pushing this if the circle does shift on up. Lazarus, meanwhile, takes the center of the zone position in some nice little trench dips. If you've ever watched games of competitive on Erangel in the zone, you'll be familiar that there are some interesting spots left in the zone for a lot of teams and players left to play in.
For now, my eyes are locked on Lazarus. I mean, right in the center. And if you ask me, I do not like that spot. Like, I literally don't, because you're also going to be a center of attraction. So Lazarus, they're going to have a lot of eyes locked on them. I do want to see how they're going to play it out, though. As boring protocols, they've found a knock, or they've found an opening for opportunities against 19 Esports as the elim gets confirmed, too. So that's good news for them. Alucard, the only man left alive. And he is the right man to stay alive for his team, too. So boring protocols up so far. They've been doing phenomenal. All 4 players off. They haven't even left Pachinki. They're just chilling. But look at the amount of teams that has surrounded boring protocols, and that's making me a little nervous.
That's the problem with playing center zone. Those few zones earlier, when you get that hard shift, you will get surrounded by teams. But as long as they're able to keep this side of the Pachinki clear, they'll be able to use that open way to rotate. Execute and the Panthers caught in a stalemate. We have 44 players still left alive, and just look at this map. Every side of the zone is covered, and there's a lot of 4-man teams still up too, so not many of these teams are too hurt. They have a full force to work with, depending on where the next circle goes.
Oh man, Knights though, they're in quite a tricky spot, not gonna lie. This circle, yep, I expected this circle to actually shift here. So Knights now, they will need to fight their way through. It's not gonna be an easy rotation for Knights without a doubt, because Mezexis on the right is gonna cause a lot of issues for them. Look at Nova too, instantly They sent one man in. It's Shifan who's trying to book the slot for the rest of the team. As Knights, they're also trying to do the same thing. Tensa all the way in the forward, but Mezexis, they're just charging forward with full force against the team in the front. As Execute, they decide to push in against Panthers. Panthers, a team that has been doing quite great, but the nade connects right there. Opening found, and now Execute, they're going to look to capitalize on top of it.
Oh, Pappy coming in for a little bit of a surprise, but the trade answers right back. Good job by Execute. And you were saying this is going to be a tough fight for the Knights. Actually, in my opinion, that's going to be a super easy fight because they have control of the compounds and they have sightlines on the trenches. So they're going to easily clear out that northeastern side of the circle for themselves. And this late into the game with Knights having 4 up.
One player went down.
Gonna dominate that western side too. 4 bros down to just one player, Leon. Hiding in the shack, and the shack not even in zone. This 4 bros team we saw had some promise in the league week, but also another team that's really not getting the best of it. As WallStreetBets full sends on in. And there goes the trades, the teamwork is there. And Xenox kept back at the buildings, like I said, keeping cover and maintaining control over this area. And the Knights, well, they make it into this next zone pretty easily. Got a little bit more ways to go, though. They're not fully in the circle, but they'll manage to get in.
Yeah, Knights will need to fight their way through, as I mentioned, and that's what they're exactly doing. They're able to win their engagements. I shouldn't have questioned them in the first place, honestly. But yeah, Nate's lopped in. Yeah, that was my bad. I shouldn't have just questioned them. But now they will need to try and go through another wave of enemies. It's going to be Mezexis this time. Mezexis is one of those teams that like to stick to each other. So, Knights, they might just have a little tougher time, or I'm just doubting them again. No, they're not.
It could get a little bit tricky depending on how good Mezexis' nades are. So far, Knights haven't been able to find an opening. And the Knights don't have too much room to work with on that edge. But just as I say that...
Oh, no.
If you can't find it with the bullets, the Knights will find it with something else. And was it actually Nova that got the knock?
It was third party, yeah.
Well, no matter what, things always work out for the Knights team just because they're that good, even if it's another team somehow helping them out. But the next zone is about to shift out. Everybody just got to where they wanted to go to here. And the next circle shifts, centers up once again. Lazarus, that spot's actually pretty good. It's got a deep indention dip. The only team threatening them right now is Boring Protocol, but Boring Protocol themselves struggling quite heavily.
Yeah, 2 players have taken down. There should be a res, though, from Spec, so for now, things should be looking decent, or at least they should be settled down. But if you talk about teams settled, one team is definitely not settled. It's going to be Mezexis, because they're being pressured by Knights over and over again, and they still need to make their mark inside the next zone. And Knights, now they realize the depth of the situation. They know they need to charge in as quickly as possible. There's exchange from both the sides, but no connections found just yet. Knights, they're not able to find the mark, but they're finally going to whip out their vehicles, and there we go. Here comes the send-in moment as Xenox is going to lead the pack. Coops in the back, too, is going to try to provide some cover fire, but oh, they found themselves a little battle to work with. Hopefully this battle does not turn into a blood battle. Oh, yes, it does. The opening's being found. Chico goes down.
Chico's down. Mezexis is going to try and strike back here. They know that this is not a team that you want to let up pressure on. Coops is also knocked and confirmed, so maybe the Knights will have a tough time fighting into this, as none of their grenades or utility was able to hit. And once again, the Cast Curse strikes the Knights down to 1. Xenox gets 1, though.
Oh, no.
Can he get the other? Wait, hold on a second. Does. I do see in the kill feed, Shifan had a little bit to help there, but the Xenox, once again, clutching it up for the Knights. This could be Nova's game, however. Nova's still with 4 up, and look at how many players. It's only 12 alive, and HQA is just down to 1 player. Nova with all 4, having firm control of the situation.
Oh, yeah, HQA. G-Bank's quite hurt too, so Nova, this shouldn't be that difficult for them to get rid of HQA. Do they have any nades? They do. Nova, they're trying to cook the nades up for perfection as Quad pushes in, misses quite a lot of shots, unfortunately. HQA will capitalize on top of it. Are they going to try to get the second one too? They did, but Shifan turns around and slaps him right in the face as Nova. They're going to win this engagement. Now they're down to a 3-man squad as Kindness too has been knocked out. but it shouldn't be that difficult for Nova to get the fallen man back up. Actually, it's next to impossible. Kindness is all the way in the back, so Nova, they're just down to a 2-man squad, Zute.
There's a chance he might be able to crawl all the way over in the open. XSET should be able to spot him out, but if Nova has the smokes, maybe he could get over there. Knights still have Xenox, but I think he's going to get spotted out. Kindness does get spotted. It is confirmed. 3v2v1 with the 3 teams that we have just been recently talking about on the desk. XSET, Nova, and the Knights.
Yeah. Knights, Xenox still alive. Xenox is known for his clutches, but this time he's not favored by the zone. Still needs to move inside. It's going to be a little tough for Xenox to try and navigate his way through. It has came down to a complete stalemate as XSET, they have been so consistent in the final 3 games. Again, 3 players alive. Xenox's position known. The buggy's tires also taken out, so now the buggy's pretty much useless. Xenox is trying to create a little smoke pathway for himself to move in forward.
With Nova and XSET both in the zone, all eyes are pretty much just focused on Xenox. They're going to try and take this player out before they do their engagement. Unless some grenade connects, though. Polo G almost goes down. And Chiffon actually getting very close. That Molotov might be good. Does not connect onto kill switch.
A little off the mark there. But yeah, there we go. Xenox found through the smoke. QZZ. That's some eagle eye spotting right there. Xenox taken out. Now it's a 3-on-2. Nova, they have the capabilities to try and flip the switch. As XSET, 3 players alive in the front. We've seen all these 3 players are capable of a lot of things. We haven't really seen Polo G popping off though, but he does a great job. 2. JV and kill switch. These 2 players slowly and steadily sneaking in. Polo G2 on this angle. He's keeping his position unknown. Spots out QZZ in the front. Instantly whips out the UMP for the close range.
Polo G's position is crucial here. He's pretty much holding the off-angle flank, making sure Nova don't get any positional advantage. 3v2, I believe all the utility has been used. A pan being thrown out by J-Way right there. Hey, you never know. Yeah, throw everything you have. You're out of smokes, nades, mollies, flashes, throw that pan. It could connect. Chiffon. So close, right over the edge. But the zone shifts in a way where XSET's going to have to make the first move. QZZ's already readjusting back down to provide some support cover for when Chiffon is pushed over the top of the hill. But there are some smokes. This is huge for XSET. They're able to cut across some sight lines, and here comes the push.
Oh, here comes the push, but Chiffon, he's not mobile enough, so he's not going to be able to dodge those shots. He is a prone man in the grass, but QZZ is trying his best to flip things over. He's trying to fight back 2 players in the front, and he's all by himself. It's a 1-on-2 situation. JV is going to go for the res. Things are still taking quite slow from the side of XSET.
Oh, I love the discipline out of XSET. A lesser team might have got overzealous and just 2v1, so they're going to go for that reset, and they do. Now it's a 3v1. Kill switch actually goes prone to stall. XSET playing this as carefully as possible, but QZZ, this is the guy with those insane crouch peaks. Look at how fast he's moving. He gets another one, but Polo G gets the med off, and if they did not stop that fight midway through to go for that revive, we might have seen QZZ get another insane 1v2 clutch. QZZ, by the way, just want to throw it out there. He's playing on a higher ping than the rest of these players, but for some reason, he's looking faster and crisper than everyone else. I don't get it. I don't get it, Necro. Like, the movement, the peaks, the crouch spams, like, it's looking like, you know, the way Coops was playing. Like, these players on the phone are cracked beyond another level, Necro.
Dude, we could have literally seen 2 clutches that could have potentially won them the games. I mean, first we saw Nice pretty much getting close to clutch it out, and now it's Nova too, doing the same thing. But overall, XSET though, gotta give props to this team. 3 games back-to-back, so consistent. And XSET, they're pretty much showing why they were the champions in the first place.
Yeah, XSET is back. They're back, but are they here to stay? Because XSET has always had those consistency issues, right? If we want to go look back to last year. So we still got 2 more days. Really excited to see. Now with XSET firing on all cylinders, Nova, QZZ, and Nova themselves doing so well, plus Lazarus, you know, putting up a fight, doing really well too. Man, I can't wait to see what happens the next day in Necro. But we still got the desk segment coming up to do a little bit of a breakdown on that last match before we close out the show.
But I've been in the field like Suge Knight, and they know this took time. This what a legacy look like.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
Woo! What a day here. First day of this super weekend, and we've just seen a roller coaster of emotions, right? You got Hoops absolutely cracked out of his mind. Nova coming up huge. QZ, I mean, just going nuts. And then XSET here at the end, getting them chicken dinners when it counts. 7, Glitter, talk to me, right? Let's see how we go as we go into this match ranking. Nova Esports up on top with this one. Glitter, your favorite squad, which you didn't pick today. Talk about them.
You know, Nova had the bounce back we were hoping for when it came to adapting their play from league play to Super Weekend. We knew they were capable of it, so I'm not that surprised. XSET really going for that placement point strategy there for that chicken dinner, only wiping out the last 3 players that they needed to. But HQA7,
yes,
I did not realize that they had 10 elims by the time that they went out.
10 elims, and not only that, I mean, a good amount of placement points as well. And this is what I'm telling you, HQA has like those flashes for a team that they're almost there. Not quite, but they're almost there. And another team that has actually surprised me with their fragging power, 19 Esports, they were able to put up 7 elims too. And then towards the end, we got Polar Ace there. Hopefully my boy with the mullet can bring it back tomorrow, and they'll be able to show a better performance.
Yoshi, gotta come up big. Gotta come up big here. Let's take a look at the winners graphic that we got right here. Look at this. Knights coming up with the first chicken dinner. Nova getting 2 of them, though, for today. That's looking pretty good there, huh, 7?
It is. This was a team that I chose today for a reason. Ladies and gentlemen, that's right. No, but overall, I like what I saw from Nova. I like that Shifan also stepped it up in a big way when it came to Miramar. In that last Erangel, though, I felt like he could have done a little bit more. It seemed like he took a little bit too long to shoot. I'm being nitpicky here, okay? Nitpicky. Also, was it Exit? I think it was Exit that won the last one.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, yeah, they did. Well, they did. Yes, Nova ended up putting up the most points, though, on that one there. So they ended up getting that kind of like, you know, well, I guess the leftovers from that chicken dinner. The Knights in the overall ranking, though, of course, ending up on top after day 1. Glitter, what stands out to you here on this first page?
I mean, obviously the Knights at first place, there's a big point gap right now, and if that's the type of performance we can expect out of the Knights over all of our Super Weekends, then they are going to be most certainly putting themselves in an insanely solid spot for the finals, because don't forget, all the points that our teams have been accruing here over this Super Weekend are contributing to whether or not they qualify through to finals, which is where these teams eventually really want to go. But then moving on down the list, what we see towards the bottom is almost like, with the exception of Lazarus, it's that little bit of a flip where we've got more of those placement point heavy squads and lower on the elims until you get back down to the bottom and BTOWN. This is like a big disparity in those numbers, 7.
It really is. I mean, if we go all the way to even Boring Protocol, I mean, look at them. They're currently being able to put up the placement points, but then you mentioned it, BTOWN Esports being able to put up 17 elims, but only 4 placement points. We've seen this over and over again in previous seasons with different teams, and if they're just able to narrow down the placement points and find that good balance, right? That's not what you want to have. You don't want to have a huge discrepancy of just one. Find that solid balance, maybe start getting some chicken dinners under your belt, and you could be there within the top 5.
Well, it's going to be hard to be able to be on that top 5 when you got the first place team literally having more points in total than the 5th place team. Double. Look at this, though. Coops. Crazy damage. Crazy eliminations. I mean, Glitter, just talk to us more about this absolute champion.
See, we were talking about this when we were watching that last match, and all of us knew that it was going to be Coops up here yet again in the MVP section, and that's back-to-back now, if I'm not mistaken, right, Seven? MVPs for Coops. So, I mean, right now, Coops is on a tear. However, I know we need to talk about Coops, but I feel like his performance today would not have been possible without the coordination that he and Xenox had together.
Yeah, I think the duo, the powerful duo that we've been expecting for a long time, it's now starting to clutch up even more, especially Xenox. I know Coops had an amazing performance today, but I feel like Xenox was being able to be huge help for that team too. And what's crazier to me here, and I'm looking at the stats, and I'm looking at Coops' stats, is we're seeing him being able to clutch up just big time. Glitter and Hot Jukes, take a guess, all right? Don't look at any stats. Just take a guess for me. How many more... He has 19 Illims, right? Take a guess. How many teams does he have more Illims than them?
At least 8. At least 8. He's got more Elims than at least 8 of the teams.
4.
Okay, you say 8. You say 4. It's actually 10. He has more or equal to 10 teams. That is ridiculous.
Well, see, I thought you meant like, okay, I said 4 as in all 4 players of Boring Protocol. My bad.
It's the end of the day. It's the end of the day. Okay, and they're gonna bounce back tomorrow.
Yeah, we need to see a bounce back. Come on, guys. Oh man, it's so crazy to just see this landslide from these squads. I mean, I was looking at Twitter and I saw HH24, right? He was like, man, it's like almost like watching scrims here, right? Because we're seeing some of these top teams.
Is he playing?
Great. Dominate. Oh, he's not. He's not. He's on the sidelines.
Okay.
And guess what, Seven? He even said he's glad that he's not playing right now, especially when he sees players like Coops, Xenox, all these guys go absolutely off. But we still got a whole bunch more of this tournament left, guys. Hopefully we can catch it on tomorrow. Seven, you got any last words?
Nah, I'm excited to see if Knights is going to be able to keep on that performance tomorrow, if Nova's going to be able to keep on that performance. And honestly, I don't want to see any excuses from anybody on Twitter, okay? Especially when you got teams like Knights performing, XSET performing, helping Quit Addiction start to perform. They're currently there within the top 4, and they don't even have a chicken dinner, so no excuses for anybody on Twitter.
That's right, Glitter.
Tell them. Ditto to everything that Seven said, but day number 2, opportunities abound for teams that need to bounce back. That's all I'm saying.
That's right, guys. Thank you so much, and we will catch you tomorrow. See ya.